And are we talking about how a company markets their product to a different group of people? Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about the product itself? Well, and then people will start to get into, why are we discriminating or targeting one demographic versus another? I'm curious what you think about that.
Yeah. So just as a context, as you know, I've run businesses on every continent in the world minus one, the coldest one. So I've done business everywhere. And I'm a believer in segmentation, right? It's really segmentation. And if somebody says, well, if you're going to segment, that's D, E, and I, and you shouldn't be doing that, or it's discriminatory, I'd say you don't know anything about business. Business is about finding the customers that have the money, that have the interest, that you can tap into the interest, et cetera. And also the talent in companies that can help nurture that growth. So for example, in the automotive sector, you will see that over time, the Japanese car makers have been the market share takers in the United States. And as we would say, ¿y sabes por qué? Or in French, you'd say, pourquoi? And the answer is because they're focusing on a cohort that fits the profile of who they think their consumers should be, you know, et cetera. If you look at beer, the younger cohort is the Latino cohort. It's not about Anglo cohort is bad or Asian cohort is bad or anything like that. This is about business. This is my message to every CEO I talk to, and whenever I have a chance to talk about this, we need to understand the consumption part of our economy and the fact that we have a growth cohort. So here's part of the punchline. The U.S. Latino cohort is our nation's differentiation as a competitive entity versus Europe, fading, versus China now because of the single-child policy, fading. Japan is our historical example, fading. And there's one country outside of India, which is just a young growth country. This cohort is a buoy for
so here's my next question.
But back to your original question, is this the products that you make, or is it the marketing, to Andrew's original question on that? Do you market it differently, or do you actually make products that are different?
It's a little bit of a combination of both. Yeah. Because I remember giving a speech in Silicon Valley in 1999 when AOL was the #1 market cap company. And I was saying it's going to fade because of a lot of the things that have happened. And I said, but just to show you, at that point in time, salsa was outselling ketchup and mustard. And we have lots of examples of how that's happening now. Tacos outselling, you know, whatever. And it's because of consumptive patterns, but it's also focus.
Let me ask you about politics. When you think about this cohort, can you wrap this cohort in one political bow? And how is that going to impact the politics of America over the next however many years? How does that cohort think about tariffs? And by the way, the impact on some of the, I mean, you just said 95% of them are born in America, so maybe they don't think about what's happening in so many of the other countries with which their parents or grandparents may have been born. But how does that engage this group that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, in our country today, take the Jewish cohort. There are affinities there with the Jewish community in terms of products, companies that they do business, and all that sort of thing. The Asian cohort, there are certain affinities that they have. And the Latino cohort is no different, African-American cohort. So my point is that smart marketing is always, I want to know your need set, I want to understand them, and then serve them better than anybody else. So politically speaking, I mean, you know, the Latino cohort has evolved. And the story I told before, I don't know if you remember when I was talking to Joe last time, you know, 1/3 of the Latino cohort families own businesses, right? So they do care about taxes. They do care about regulation. I'm a registered Republican. I didn't support this guy who's president today because I think he's not building kind of what I would call long-term growth prospects. But that's an opinion of mine. I'm not here to talk about politics. I'm just here to say, as a country, we should value this cohort, nurture the cohort, and for brands, they should be leveraging the cohort. And that's what the GDP, you know, the Latino Donor Collaborative, it's a nonprofit. I started it when I came back from Australia to say, all this negative conversation makes no sense because this is a crown jewel that we have in our country.
So very quickly, you were on the Pepsi board. We were just talking about this announcement from Coke today that they're going to be starting a line with pure cane sugar instead of the corn sweetener. What do you think of that?
You know, I'm not on the board anymore, so I guess the question is what does it do to your cost, the product, and do you have consumer data that says it's preferential? And I heard you say a little bit about the fact that, well, you know, around border cities and other places, there is the Mexican beer, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know what the volumes are really, other than one person's personal preference that seems to be influencing a corporate decision. I don't know. So I don't want to sit here as an expert because I haven't seen the research and I don't know what happens to the cost structure per unit sold.
Thank you, Saul. This is fascinating. We look forward to hearing more about the second part of this. We've got a tease here.
A lot of detail.
We always like episode 1, then you got to wait for episode 2.
Yeah, and
but
so
we kind of like the Netflix approach, where it all just dumps at one time.
Yeah, no. We've got a lot of detail by state. We've got a lot of detail by sector, and we're going to have some benchmarking data that you will look at and say, really? Like this conversation you just had.
Good cliffhanger. Thank you, Saul.
Thanks.
All right, Lockheed Martin out with quarterly results. Those earnings coming in at $1.46 a share. That does include pre-tax losses on programs of $1.6 billion and other charges of $169 million that impacted earnings per share by $5.83. The stock right now off by just over 8%. Revenue of $18.2 billion was below expectations as well. Lockheed's also lowering its earnings guidance to the range of $21.70 to $22 a share. We're going to have much more on that defense stock coming up at 8 a.m. Eastern time. But again, that stock's taking a big hit, down more than 8% at the moment. Squawk Box will be right back.
It's a rare thing when someone you've been with for so long finds a way to surprise you. It's like discovering E-Trade's easy-to-use platform now comes with the power of Morgan Stanley.
Mom can speak walrus?
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're reframing the very nature of financial planning around the most personal data point possible, your lifespan. Because Abacus is the originator, the market maker. We're not just participating in the space, we're reshaping it. As a technology-driven asset manager, we're empowering our investors with an integrated system to take command of what matters most. Your time, your future, your financial destiny. While legacy firms cling to static models and outdated assumptions, we move forward with precision, agility, and a vision rooted in reality, your reality. This isn't finance as usual. This is control in the hands of those who dare to lead. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
It's the hard knock life for us.
It's the hard knock life for us. Every move we made was red. Every dream I had is dead. It's the hard knock life. It's the hard knock life for us.
Guarding him is so unjust. Instead of blocking, I'm a joke. Instead of jumping, he just floats. It's the hard knock life.
Don't it feel like the crowd is always laughing?
Don't it seem like your best ain't meant to be? There's two teammates and they play ball for Seattle.
One stole the ball and the other dunked on me.
Oh, it's the hard knock life.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The Federal Reserve holding its large bank capital conference today, focused on regulatory and oversight reform. Leslie Picker joins us with Federal Reserve Vice Chair of Supervision, Michelle Bowman. Good morning, Leslie.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. Thank you. And Mickey, thank you very much for being here. It's a big day for you. Just 6 weeks into the role, you've moved very quickly with a slew of proposed deregulatory actions. And the level of capitalization at the banks is kind of a function of, it's a balance between economic growth and the safety of the banking system. So was there something in the macro backdrop that compelled you to make this slew of changes?
Well, I think we realize that we're 15 years past the financial crisis and the implementation of the Dodd-Frank regulations, and that it's time for us to take a look backwards to understand what's been working, what isn't working, what's duplicative and overlapping, and how we could have a more comprehensive review of what those, especially the capital regulations are, which is the whole focus for today's conference, and how we can have a much more rational, much less duplicative, less overlapping framework for banks, for the large banks, to comply with capital.
Was there something you felt like was holding back the banking system? I ask only because they just reported earnings and they were kind of, you know, knocked it out of the park, profitability-wise. Did you feel like they were being held back in a way that was still, you know, harming economic growth?
No, actually, I think that the capital framework is something that we've been engaged in and had committed to changing. We have several pending regulations like Basel III. We have a GSIB surcharge proposal that's been pending for over a year now. And then we've also committed to improving our stress test regulations and that process. So as a part of reviewing all of those in context, we wanted to make sure that if you make changes to one of those individual regulations, that we want to make sure that they all work together, because there is such overlap and interaction between those four pieces of capital. So we wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to, one, understand what all of those expectations are, and two, make sure that as we're recalibrating some of them, that we arrive at the right level of capital for the system as a whole.
Do you feel like you have consensus among your peers in achieving this agenda? Do you have everybody on board with you?
So we're working very closely together, especially within the interagency context, because many of the rules that we'll be talking about today require an interagency agreement. But we also are working very closely, and I think you'll see from many of the proposals that we've put forward that we have broad consensus from the board on some of the changes that we've been making.
Michael Barr, your predecessor, he gave a speech last week where he said, quote, weakening regulation often drives risk-taking and increases bank fragility during the boom, meaning kind of the boom times, making the ensuing bust more painful. In other words, he's basically suggesting that deregulating during times of strength can have worse outcomes down the road. Is that a concern of yours?
Well, I wouldn't call my approach deregulation. What I think we're looking at is making sure that the regulatory framework is appropriate for where we are in the system now. We've more than doubled the level of capital and liquidity in the system since the 2010s. And so I think now is the right time for us to understand what works, how we could improve the framework, how we could make it more transparent and more interactive so that it works together in a way that makes sense.
We've seen a slew of headlines over the last few weeks raising questions about the Fed's independence. President Trump, you know, taking aim at Fed Chair Powell. Are you concerned at all about the threat to Fed independence right now?
Well, it's very important, and I've said this a number of times in the past, that we maintain our independence with respect to monetary policy. I think that's very clear. But we also, as a part of that independence, have an obligation for transparency and accountability as well. But we also have an obligation, in my view, as we have throughout the time that I've been here on the board since 2018, to listen to a broad range of voices and to understand how others are viewing the economy and how that should influence our decisions in monetary policy making.
I want to ask you about supervision as well, because the Fed, and I know you've cited this in a speech, you say that 2/3 of banks were deemed unsatisfactory last year. You're reforming the rating system, and you think the problem, I assume, is the grader, not necessarily the test taker here. And that is especially true since Silicon Valley Bank, I believe, in the years leading up to its demise, had a satisfactory rating, and then ultimately, you know, we saw what happened there. Because of these poor ratings, there are many banks in the penalty box, and I'm just curious if you think reforming the rating system would allow more banks to merge and whether you think that's necessary.
So let's start with the rating system. So we made some changes to the large bank rating framework back in 2018 that allowed for one particular category to bring down a bank's grading, which to make it not well managed versus well managed. And when you have three components, two of them are related to their financial condition, and one is related only to their operations and other non-financial factors. It doesn't make sense that we would allow non-financial factors on their own to degrade a bank's financial standing. So the changes that we made balanced that outcome a little bit more. It requires at least a downgrade in one of the liquidity or capital components in addition to potentially the GNC rating system. And it's important that we do look broadly across all of our ratings frameworks to ensure that we're calibrating them the right way and emphasizing things that are likely to bring a bank down. I think part of the problem with Silicon Valley Bank in particular was that we focused on things that were not financially related. I mean, all of these things were available for us to see if we were looking at the reports. So it's important that we're focusing on financial related factors when we're thinking about the condition of a bank.
Are there areas that you think warrant more regulation? And I ask this because under the current capital framework, we've seen a lot of activity get moved into the non-bank financial sector, into private credit, for example, direct lending. Do you think that warrants more scrutiny, more attention in this new environment?
So in my mind, I'm a banking regulator, and the Federal Reserve oversees the banking system, but also financial stability. So from my perspective, I think expanding the banking perimeter would be a better outcome to allow banks to engage in what were traditional banking activities like mortgages, mortgage servicing, those kinds of activities. I think the risk weightings in the capital framework that we have now have really limited banks' ability to engage in those, especially our smaller banks.
Mickey Bowman, Fed Vice Chair for Supervision, really appreciate your time today. Your first ever CNBC interview. Really appreciate it.
It was great to be with you. Thanks, Leslie.
Thank you. I'll send it back to you guys in studio.
Wow. Thank you for the debut interview. We appreciate it. Hope we'll have a lot more of them. Thanks, Leslie. When we come back, former Fed Chair and former Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. You do not want to miss this conversation. She is speaking out on maintaining the Fed's independence, the attacks from the White House on Chairman Powell, and so much more. We're going to have that conversation at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time in just a little less than half an hour from now. Squawk Box coming right back.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen, now.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
You tend to see 4 stocks go by more than any others. Palantir, AppLovin, Robinhood, and Coinbase. Park. They now become chits in the great game that is the stock market.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
An important day is coming for every American with money in the markets, and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets, based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Chaikin. I spent 50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system. I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and have invested through 9 recessions plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found there's one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking, and again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know 2 critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher, and second, exactly when the markets are likely to crash in 2026. I put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation free of charge. To learn more, visit the website below.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer. Like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
I have Usher syndrome, a rare condition that's causing me to lose all of my vision and hearing at the same time. I'm a fighter, trying to hold on to what I still have. But I can't do it alone.
All right, coming up, Alphabet and Tesla are 2 of the Mag 7 companies set to report earnings this week. We're going to take a look at some of the challenges facing those 2 tech giants and what might come out of the results. Plus, some of the biggest names in the defense sector reporting results this morning. So far, it's been a little messy, especially for Lockheed Martin, which is off by about 6 1/3%. We'll get a rundown on the numbers and the guidance. Squawk Box will be right back.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Rather than
get rich quick. I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I knew I'd be its fancy name and pretty face. But I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. The GoDaddy Arrow does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere. Here, there, all over the dang place. Well, that logo is sexier than a salmon seersucker suit on a summer Sunday. Look like you know what you're doing at GoDaddy.com.
5K fun run.
Say hi to Patty, celebrated social worker,
Who's coming in second?
self-appointed social chair, potluck, kickball, last call.
Sign up for Goat Yoga.
You name it, she's on it. And you have 47 emails to prove it. But her capacity to care is unmatched. You need Patty. Patty needs a retirement plan. Work with Principal so we can help you help Patty with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for her.
Good night, guys.
Let our expertise round out yours.
Out here, there's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we've got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
When flight prices dropped, Vic could finally book his midlife crisis.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC+.
Big tech earnings kick off tomorrow with Google and Tesla both set to report. Joining us right now is Ray Wang. He's Constellation Research founder and chairman. And Ray, first of all, thanks for being here. We're trying to figure out what to expect from the Mag 7. This is going to be our first look at some of those numbers. What are your expectations overall?
Well, overall, the Mag 7 are going to operate differently. We have the folks that are completely AI-enabled. We have the folks with China risk. You have to factor those two things in place. So on the Google side, they don't have the China risk, but the question is AI going to crush the search and ad business, and is Google Cloud Services going to continue to grow? The short answer is we're actually seeing a lot of improvements on the Google side in terms of AI. We actually think they might be in the lead in terms of their AI capability, but the question is how are they commercializing on the AI side? But so far, what we've noticed is services continuing, the cloud services and the Google search side and the ad side are probably going to continue in like 8 to 10% growth, and on the Google Cloud side in the high 20s.
Google's stock is flat for the year to date. All those questions that you brought up have kind of played out in investors' mind. Where do you come down on this? Is this a good time to jump in? Do you believe it's going to win on the AI front?
I actually think it's going to be one of the three winners in AI, and actually it is a good time to go in. If you look at that P ratio versus everyone else, the overhang is really coming from antitrust and this perception that they're behind in AI. But when we talk to developers, when we talk to system integrators, I was actually in India last week doing that, they all recognize that Google is ahead. In fact, Google is ahead of Microsoft on the AI front in terms of the advancements, but they might be behind on the big LLMs that are getting a lot of the money and a lot of the talent. And of course,
explain how people think they are ahead of Microsoft, or the people you spoke with in India.
Because the technology behind what's going on from VO3, from Gemini, it's actually being used by developers. It's actually being used on the coding side. It's actually being used to build products. We have a client that basically, with 10 people, beat out another client with 110 people to do the same job in half the time and half the price using Google Gemini.
And you've got a price target, I think, of $210 for Google, for Alphabet. So you're a big believer here. What about Tesla? Because it is one that if you look over the last year, it's up 30%, but just for the year to date, it's down 13%.
Well, Tesla's trading on headlines, and that's a little bit different. And it's a question if do you believe in the long-term thesis of autonomous, robots, power, energy, and what Elon's able to do there, and if Elon's actually going to be focused on Tesla. And the answer is no, don't buy into the Tesla stock. But if you actually think this is going to be one of the winners in terms of where energy and robotics and automation are going, and especially on the AI front, then it's a good bet.
Well, where do you come down on that?
I'm a big Tesla believer, and actually believe that whether they build cars or whether they build robots or deep tech infrastructure, they're going to be one of the pioneers for American innovation and in terms of where tech's headed.
Is Elon the key man who has to be there in order for this to all come about?
The short answer is yes and no. Elon, on one hand, drives the vision, gets everyone out there. On the other hand, he creates a lot of chaos, a lot of turmoil for a lot of the executives that are there. And so you have to be a very special person to be able to operate within Elon's empire. So, for example, take the SpaceX COO. She's doing an amazing job, right? That's a very different story than what's going on right now with the overhaul at Tesla. I mean, they're flipping all the executives out through Tesla.
Well, there's been a view that people want Elon back sleeping on the factory floors, and that's how you get things done. It doesn't sound like you're necessarily in that camp, though.
I think depending on where you are in the stage of business, where Tesla is, they need someone that can help them scale out, think about what the next model's supposed to be. Might not necessarily make the bet on robotaxi today, but you may make the bet on automated factories that are coming back to the U.S. that Elon's able to do. So you'd want Elon focused on Grok, you want Elon focused on Optimus, but you need someone to take the business and scale at Tesla, which is very different.
All right, let's talk a little more broadly about all of the Mag 7, not just these two that are reporting these week. We had Katie Stockton on earlier this morning. She's a technician, and her concern is there has been so much straight upward movement for the markets that it's hard to go into this earnings season and not potentially disappoint. Unless you give investors everything they want to hear and more, you could see a pullback with some of these stocks. What do you think of that thesis?
There's so much riding on the Mag 7 right now. I mean, it's priced to perfection. And if you don't hit, the numbers don't come out, the expectations don't come out the way, you're going to see a little bit of a pullback. But the challenge is, where do you put money in at this moment, right? This is flight to safety, and this is also risk on at the same time. And it's confusing to a lot of folks that are on the technician side. But if you're looking at where the market's going to be in Q3, Q4, what you're hoping for is tax cuts come into play, tariff stability is there, a little deregulation in place, and the $15 trillion, let's say it's not even $15 trillion, $1 trillion of foreign direct investment comes into play, we're actually posed for some growth, especially on data centers, especially on AI, especially on those key components of the Mag 7.
I will say that was Katie's short-term view versus her long-term view that over the next 12 months you could see 68, 80, I think, on the S&P 500. So she's talking about a potential pullback, but then powering back through.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Ray, thank you for coming in today. It's great to see you.
Oh, thanks for having me.
All right, it is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Joe's out today. Among our top stories this morning, Sarepta Therapeutics says that it will pause all shipments of its gene therapy, Elevidys, for Duchenne's muscular dystrophy in the United States at the end of today. In a statement, the company said that pause will give Sarepta the time it needs to respond to requests for information and to allow it and the FDA to, in their words, complete the Elevidys safety labeling process, supplement process. That stock is down another 4.6%, but that comes after several days of big declines after that latest news. Year to date, that stock is down by almost 90%. AstraZeneca says that it plans to invest $50 billion in the U.S. before 2030. The company said that the investment would go toward manufacturing and R&D. And a report says that Berkshire Hathaway-owned railroad BNSF is working with Goldman Sachs and looking into a takeover of a rival railroad. That's according to Semaphore. The site says that it's unclear if BNSF is considering buying Norfolk Southern or CSX. Reports last week said that Union Pacific had been looking into a Norfolk Southern takeover. If that deal comes together, it would create a railroad that spans the entire country and leaves BNSF at a disadvantage, although Andrew and I talked about this earlier. I don't know about the veracity of the report. I have not checked it with anyone, but it's not really the Berkshire way to go hire an investment banker to figure out what their options are. That's not been what Warren Buffett has ever done. Comes up with these things on his own. So we'll see.
Meantime, let's take a look at futures right now. You have some green on the screen with a little bit of red. You got the S&P up about 8 points, the NASDAQ up, I want to call it like half a point, You're looking at the Dow, though, off about 4 points. Morgan Brennan has the defense names on the move this morning after earnings. Dom Chu has some other key names to watch. Morgan, we'll start with you.
All right. Good morning, Andrew. Well, it's a mixed picture for defense today as those earnings get underway. Northrop Grumman higher on a beat and a raise. The B-2 bomber maker getting a boost from its Sentinel ballistic missile and B-21 bomber programs. RTX, though, that was lower, down about 2% here in pre-market after trimming full-year profit guidance. Higher costs amid steel and aluminum tariffs, even as defense demand stays strong. But the morning's big mover is really Lockheed Martin, which is down about 7% right now. Pre-tax losses on programs of $1.6 billion, other charges of $169 million. That impacted earnings. It triggered a 2025 profit forecast cut. Lockheed's CFO, Evan Scott, telling me this was the result of portfolio reviews. He doesn't expect more charges, at least for now. Quote, we've just recommitted to our portfolio and are investing for growth and creating shareholder value. Now, I asked how much a shift in weapons mix is factoring in as the Pentagon looks to acquire more lower-cost systems that are faster to produce, for example, drones. Scott saying he does see that happening, that Lockheed is looking to, quote, bring more of those new technology companies into our supply chain and looking for partnership opportunities with some of the new entrants here, but that there's still a need for complex, big-ticket systems. That's really what we're hearing from earnings so far this morning. Be it the fifth-gen fighter jets like Lockheed's F-35 used in some of these strikes on Iran, nuclear modernization with Northrop, or missile defense via Patriot systems for RTX and also Lockheed. U.S. defense spending is growing. Everybody's benefiting, especially as Golden Dome now gets funding. International sales are growing as Europe and others boost their defense budgets as well. So bottom line here, guys, you've got some legacy defense programs that are phasing out. Lockheed today looking to get ahead of that.
Order
Pentagon
canceled.
priorities are shifting, but global demand overall amid heightened geopolitical risks is spurring more orders overall.
Okay. Morgan, thank you for that. I want to get straight over to Dom Chu with some other movers this morning. Dom.
All right, so Andrew, Becky, let's start off with shares of Coca-Cola down roughly 1/3% despite reporting better than expected profits and revenues for its second quarter. Coke's, though, global unit case volume fell by 1% last quarter, driven by declines in pretty much every geographic region with the exception of EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. It did reiterate its forecast for 5 to 6% organic revenue growth for full year 2025. Those shares are up roughly 11.5% so far this year. Now let's turn to shares of Oracle, lower by just roughly maybe 1% or so, now actually higher by 0.25%. This is all after entering an agreement with OpenAI to develop 4.5 gigawatts of additional data center energy capacity in America. That expansion is all part of the Stargate project, that American artificial intelligence push that was announced back in January. And we're going to finish with shares of Lululemon. Just about 1% declines here so far. This is due to a downgrade to neutral from JP Morgan from an overweight rating. The target price was also cut to $224. It was $303. Analysts there say that the recent fieldwork they had shows that consumers are responding well to new products and fabric innovation, but that's being offset by some poorer response to updated core seasonal colors and products. Now, for more on that and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. As always, subscribers get all the access and detail to those big upgrades and downgrades each day, Andrew. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Dom, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Up next, Fed independence and the economy. Former Fed Chair and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen joins us for a wide-ranging interview. And later, the big business of sports. Ted Leonsis, the CEO of Monumental Sports and Entertainment, will join us. Squawk Box will be right back.
Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper? Oh, we actually sold the Twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with Original Medicare. And Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. So call now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Double D, what's cracking?
Need your help, Snoop.
I'm really sick, and I can't give up free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day. I got you. Yo, 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 happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. I'm hooking y'all up with an extra chicken finger in your box combo on July 27th. You heard? Don't forget the cane sauce. Make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite. One love.
I have Usher syndrome, a rare condition that's causing me to lose all of my vision and hearing at the same time. I'm a fighter, trying to hold on to what I still have. But I can't do it alone.
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan, Alana Glazer, Roy Wood Jr., and Krista Stefano are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. I want to talk about the high tensions taking place between the White House and Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell, the state of the economy, and so much more. Joining us right now, first on CNBC, is former Treasury Secretary and former Fed Chair Janet Yellen. We're thrilled to have her on the broadcast this morning. Before we even get into it, I want to read you, if I could, an op-ed co-written with Ben Bernanke. Yellen writes the following: recent attempts to compromise that independence risk lasting and serious economic harm. They undermine not only Mr. Powell, but also all future chairs and indeed the credibility of the central bank itself. So let me start with this question, which we asked Janet Yellen. We also asked Scott Bessent recently. If, in fact, Jay Powell were to be fired, ousted, or otherwise pushed out, what would happen to the market? I don't know if
I don't
we're
think
frozen.
she's hearing us.
Can you hear us? Maybe she can't hear us. We're hoping that she will be able to hear us in just a moment. We're going to check in with her and make sure that we can get that connection made.
Now she can.
I think we can. Janet, are you with us?
I am with you. I didn't hear your question, though.
Where I was going to go with this is I just read a piece from the op-ed that you wrote with Ben Bernanke.
Yes.
And then I followed up by saying that we had talked to Scott Bessent, and we'd asked a similar question of actually Elizabeth Warren recently, which is, if in fact Jay Powell were to be fired, ousted, or otherwise pushed out, what would the market's reaction actually be?
Well, I think we got a taste of that when President Trump announced that he had shown a letter to Republicans that would call for Chair Powell's ouster. And while the market reaction was brief, what we saw was the exchange value of the dollar declined, longer-term interest rates moved up, and the stock market declined. Now, President Trump quickly said he had no plan to fire Chair Powell, but I think that gives you directionally a sense of what would happen. Look, importantly, markets rely on the independence of the Fed and the Fed's commitment to achieving its congressionally mandated goals of price stability and maximum employment in assessing the soundness of the U.S. economy and their security in terms of returns they can expect investing in the United States. And when a president threatens to remove a chair unless he radically lowers interest rates with the stated purpose of helping the government finance its borrowing, not the congressionally mandated goal of price stability, but to ease financing costs on the outstanding federal debt. This is really disconcerting to markets, and what we've seen throughout history, both U.S. history and history around the world, is when that kind of pressure drives monetary policy in a country, high inflation is the inevitable consequence. And we've seen that in the United States as well. That happened during World War II. Ultimately, in the 40s, we saw double-digit inflation in the United States. And the Fed really rebelled, and there was an agreement in 1951 that the Fed should not have any obligation to help the Treasury finance its debt payments, but rather to focus on price stability and full employment.
Janet, let me ask you this. There is a perception that the Fed has been wholly independent, that historically presidents have not made the kind of comments that this president has, and that this is all new. The truth is that to some degree, this is not new. You can go back 1965, you know the story, LBJ physically shoved Fed Chair William Martin against a wall at his Texas ranch as he was demanding that he lower interest rates. And I wonder, when you start to think about that story, or you start to think about the story that Paul Volcker used to tell about when he was brought into the Oval Office with Ronald Reagan, how we should think about the very concept of the Fed as an independent entity.
Well, you're absolutely right. There have been episodes in the past that we know about now where presidents have attempted to pressure Fed chairs. We've seen what happens when that occurs, and probably the most prominent example would be Richard Nixon exhorting Arthur Burns to hold interest rates down before the 1972 election. And what that ushered in the United States was a period of stagflation, weak growth, high unemployment, high inflation, and it really took Paul Volcker to come in, and it cost us a very deep recession to re-anchor inflationary expectations to get them down. So this kind of pressure, which has sometimes existed, but certainly not, in my experience, not during the Clinton administration or any subsequent administration that I'm aware of, we see that the consequences are very poor for the economy. We end up with higher inflation, worse economic performance, and it undermines the global role of the dollar and the willingness of foreigners to invest in the United States.
Secretary Yellen, on that point, there is a lot of concern about President Trump inserting someone from his administration directly into the Fed. There's this idea that the Fed is supposed to be apolitical, but I wonder if you think that that was broken down to some extent when you went directly from chairwoman of the Fed to the Treasury Secretary, going directly into an administration, Lael Brainerd doing a similar move with that. I just wonder if you think that that door between the administration and the Fed should be closed a little more tightly, more of a Chinese wall to prevent any sort of perception of a lack of independence at the Fed.
So it has not been uncommon. Many Fed chairs have had past experience in the White House in an administration. This was true of Greenspan as well. And I suppose it's natural because presidents come to know people who serve in their administrations and gain confidence in their judgment. What's really important, though, is when an individual is wearing the hat of Fed chair, that they have the capacity and willingness to make fact-based judgments and to pursue the goals that are congressionally mandated, namely price stability and maximum employment. That becomes their job, and they have, I believe, whether it was myself or Bernanke or Greenspan, I think all of us were able to establish a track record for independence, staying out of politics, not succumbing in any way to short-term political pressures, behaving in a nonpartisan way. And the track record, by and large, although all of us are human and may have made some mistakes, I think the Fed's track record over many decades has been one that's been successful. We've had low and basically stable inflation. The post-pandemic experience was an exception, but look where we are in the economy now. Inflation is coming down and it's close to the Fed's 2% goal. The labor market remains strong with 4.1% unemployment. And really, the United States was like every developed country that experienced a surge in price pressures during and after the pandemic.
I guess I would ask if the key is just making sure that you're apolitical when you're in the job, that you're not too exposed to any pressure that comes from the administration. Do you have any concerns about the top candidates who have been mentioned as the potential next Fed chairman? I guess that would include Kevin Hassett, Kevin Warsh, Scott Bessent. Those have been some of the top names, along with Waller.
So I'm not going to comment on individual candidates for this job. What is very important is that the president choose a person who strongly believes and will defend the Fed's independence and keep it divorced from short-term political pressure. And it concerns me when I hear President Trump say a qualification for the job is that the person must have the views that interest rates need to be cut radically. I believe the person needs to carefully look at the data, consider economic trends, work with the other members of the Federal Open Market Committee, and make fact-based judgments that reflect a commitment to achieve the congressionally mandated goals. And keeping financing costs low for the federal debt is not one of the goals, and it would be very dangerous to pursue that, as I said. That is a sure road to high inflation.
Secretary, though, to the extent that, and we just had Kevin Warsh on the broadcast last week, we've had Kevin Hassett on the broadcast, obviously we've had Scott Bessent on the broadcast recently, all three of whom have praised the president, have praised the president's economic policies, have called effectively for lower interest rates themselves. Is that something historically that other potential nominees for this role have done?
Well, I honestly can't recall past selections of Fed chairs in which candidates have come out and actually expressed their opinions about the direction of future monetary policy. I think most candidates in the past have indicated, as I said, a commitment to fact-based analysis, making judgments depending on how the economy performs and in light of achieving the mandated goals.
I wanted to ask you just a separate question, and maybe it's a personal one, about the collegiality of the Fed and former Fed heads and also former Treasury secretaries. At least historically, and maybe I'm wrong here, most maybe talked in private about these issues with each other. I know there are dinners and things that have been set up over the years between former heads of the Fed and former heads of Treasury. But I don't know if it's all spilled out in public in such a way where former heads of these units are then writing op-eds critically in the press out there about their successors. And I haven't even, and I don't think I've seen those in the role then criticizing back, which is to say you probably saw that the current Treasury Secretary made some comments about you and your China policy and made what I think he was attempting to make a joke about mushrooms and beer. But I'm curious just how you think about that.
So, as you said, there is a tradition in which former Treasury secretaries and Fed chairs get together with an incoming Treasury secretary to provide the benefit of their advice and insights from their own experience. And there is a kind of camaraderie that has developed among former Treasury secretaries and Fed chairs, all of whom are given the profoundly important job of stewarding the American economy in a way that is successful. And personally, my hope would be that Secretary Bessent will be very successful in his role as Treasury Secretary. All of us know how difficult the job can be and how challenging it is. As soon as Secretary Bessent was nominated, I called him and offered to provide any advice that would be useful, and that offer still stands. So I would like to see him be successful. We do, however, have significant policy differences, and he hasn't reached out to me to seek my advice, but I stand ready to give it.
Let me ask you a separate question, which is, he had proposed before President Trump was elected this idea of a shadow Fed chair. That was actually something that he developed and then made public, this idea. There's an argument already being made to some degree that there is a shadow Fed chair. We may not know who that name is in practice, but that by default, come next May, there will be a different person in that role. And the likelihood is it's one of the names we might have discussed, and that those individuals have made a pledge to some degree, publicly or privately, or will have to, that they will lower interest rates, and that the market is already expecting that and therefore planning for it and seeing through whatever happens between now and then. What do you think of that idea?
Well, I think that that's a very dangerous idea, and I hope you're wrong that the market is assuming that a person will not be independent and will cave to political pressure. I think this is one of the dangers of what President Trump is doing, insisting that he will only put in place a Fed chair who believes in lowering interest rates. And as we noted earlier, you can see what the market reaction is going to be to that. Secretary Bessent even yesterday expressed his belief that monetary policy should be independent. And I think most market participants continue to expect that the next Fed chair will act independently. But this idea of creating a shadow Fed chair immediately casts a shadow over whoever it is that gets the assignment next May of becoming Fed chair, that it impairs their credibility with the markets and creates a problem for them right from the outset, where people will expect that they're political.
Secretary Yellen, you mentioned that you think inflation's coming down and kind of under control. What do you think about the economy more broadly, how things are going?
Well, I think the economy has been remarkably resilient and is in basically a good place. But I do have concerns going forward. The tariff policy, we still don't really know what it's going to be. So there remains a lot of uncertainty around what the level of tariffs will be going forward, what the response of other countries will be. We are seeing some limited pressure on prices of goods that are most exposed to the tariffs, things like apparel, toys, and the like, household appliances. I expect, because it's still in a way early days, that we're going to see further pressure and more significant pressure on inflation as a result of the tariffs over the remainder of the summer and into the fall, although we need to wait and see. And we're beginning to see some softness in the labor market, although the unemployment rate remains low. Average job creation over the last 3 months has been running at around 150,000 jobs per month, which is fine. But hiring rates are low, quit rates are low that suggest some softness developing in the labor market. And as the tariffs begin to take effect, household incomes are going to decline. And that can really reduce spending significantly. I think that the uncertainty about tariffs is weighing on capital investment spending as well. And so we could see stagflationary kinds of outcomes in the months ahead of weaker employment and rising inflation. And I think that's what we need to keep an eye on.
A couple other quick questions for you. One is Mohamed Al-Arian calling for, I don't know if he's calling for it, Becky.
Well, he's suggesting that Jay Powell should step down in order to protect the Fed's independence. His quote is, if your objective is to protect the independence of the central bank, then it's better that he step down than to stay on and have the attacks multiply. What do you think of that?
Well, I disagree with that strongly. I think Chair Powell is completely committed to the Fed's independence. I don't believe that the president actually has the ability to fire Chair Powell, except as the law specifies for cause. And I think that he should fill out his term and stay on until his
What do you think for cause means, by the way?
Some gross mismanagement of monetary policy or the Fed or some corruption, a serious breach of his responsibilities as Fed chair, which I don't believe there is any such basis.
Let me ask you two other quick questions. We've talked for many years, Secretary, about crypto. I think you have been a critic or at least a skeptic, and we have watched crypto just explode. Obviously, the Genius Act just passing last week. What do you think now?
Well, I have concerns about some of the legislation that was passed. I convened, I believe it was in 2022, the president's working group on financial markets to make recommendations about the appropriate regulation of stable coins. And I'm pleased to see that Congress did take up that topic and that a framework has been put in place. But unfortunately, I think it contains significant weaknesses. And so it's not all that I would have wanted to see. And that does give me concerns about what the role of stable coins, for example, will be going forward, whether or not there are adequate controls in place. And I believe they present financial stability risks that should be addressed.
Secretary, we got to run. Before we go, we had Secretary Besson on recently. He was making a comment about having breakfast, as you know, with his counterpart at the Fed in Jay Powell, and said that the Fed's food is better. So I figured I'd ask you, since you're probably the only person who's ever had the job at the Treasury and the Fed, who's got the better food?
Well, my counterparts seem to have enjoyed coming over to Treasury, and I certainly enjoyed going over to the Fed. So I frankly think at this point it's a toss-up, and both have pretty good food.
Oh, come on, give it. You got to pick one.
Well, I like Treasury very much, but I think the Fed's food is absolutely fine as well.
Janet Yellen, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Still to come this morning, founder and CEO of Monumental Sports and Entertainment, Ted Leonsis, on the big business of sports. His portfolio includes the Washington Capitals, the Washington Wizards, as well as esports and the Capital One Arena in D.C. Right now, though, as we head to a break, let's take a check on the futures this morning. Looks like Dow futures are off by about 14 points. NASDAQ indicated up by 5. The S&P futures up by close to 9. Squawk Box will be right back.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Out here, there's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we've got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
For type 2 diabetes, once-weekly Mounjaro could help. 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. And people lost up to 25 pounds. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, and before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I can do diabetes differently with Mounjaro.
Pay as little as $25 per month. Ask your doctor about Mounjaro.
Let's take a look at shares of General Motors right now down by about 2.5%. The company beat Wall Street's estimates and affirmed its full-year guidance, but that stock is under some pressure this morning as investors focus on margin numbers. The CFO, Paul Jacobson, joined our Phil LeBeau in the last hour and talked about the downward pressure on North American sales and the impact of tariffs.
This was going to probably be the peak of the tariff impact for us. While we've experienced a little bit of timing pushback from some of the indirect tariffs that we will see later in this year, we'll begin to work in the 30% offsets that we've talked about. So we've uncovered a number of initiatives. We've been working on these really since the beginning of the year, really into the end of last year. Those 30% offsets will start rolling in the back half of the year, and we actually expect the margin impact to be lessened from the tariffs.
Again, shares of GM this morning right now down by about 1.5%. Squawk Box will be right back.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me, too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
I'm Allison Lundberg, strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Wagner came to us with a goal to make their website user experience seamless and simplify access to product information for customers. We build enterprise websites like this all the time. Through a fully integrated digital transformation, WagnerSprayTech.com is now a fast, mobile-optimized website with an engaging user experience. For complete website and digital solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
I work from home, so bundling Spectrum, internet, and TV has been super important for our family.
My favorite thing is just the connection that we have to have. I do online workouts. I also do remote programming. And so I need to stay connected to make sure that I'm providing a quality service.
To be able to save money and also have reliable service, it's a win. Our bills have been affordable, can't complain.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The Capital One Arena in Wash, home of the Capitals and Wizards, just began its first phase of a massive transformation. And to discuss that and so much more, an exclusive interview with Monumental Sports and Entertainment founder, chairman, and CEO Ted Leonsis. Ted, it is great to see you this morning. There's about 100 things to talk to you about in the world of sports, but do you want to start there?
I'd love to talk about the building and the rebirth of downtown. I think it's very, very important for our cities to be fully developed economically, and we have to get people back into the office. We have to keep the businesses flowing, and we're a portal. We can bring in 3 million people a year, concerts, college basketball, NHL, NBA, WNBA. So I think sports teams now have become this massive meeting and gathering place.
Right. Do you think something's changed? And the reason I ask is, you know, for many, many years, there was this idea that there were these stadiums that would become albatrosses. They'd become tax albatrosses for some, but also just that you were never getting the community really around them. And then you could argue basically in Baltimore was one of the first, you know, when the Orioles built that stadium. That was sort of one of these first real hubs, and then people started doing this around the country. Do you think there's something that's different happening now?
Well, our buildings are very expensive. We have to program them all the time. We have 250 events a year. That's how we bring 3 million people in. And we have 25 years of data. So we're a driver of business, shopping. People go to the restaurants and the bars, go to the parking lots. It's very, very important part of the business.
But what do you think changed? Because you used to be, I think around stadiums, yeah, they didn't necessarily collect people living there, working around the stadium. It was a different thing.
It's more football. I mean, football has 8 home games, 9 home games. We have, 42 games in playoffs, and so we've never considered we would have an albatross, if you will. We're not as busy during the summer, so we load it up with concerts.
Mm-hmm.
The next 3 years, this year, next 2 off seasons, we're building. There's 800 people working 3 shifts and trying to rehab the building, reimagine it, to make it modern, make it a much friendlier, much more bespoke experience for the fans, because the fans are very demanding now tickets are expensive, fighting traffic. We have to really think about kind of an end-to-end customer experience. We also have to do it for the players. We also have to do it for our employees. These have become big businesses. I mean, I'm here at NASDAQ. This is an asset class. Our businesses now have real gravitas and real repeatable revenues. You have businesses up there that are SaaS businesses. I think our business is very analogous to a SaaS business. We sign long-term contracts. They have escalators in them. About 80% of our revenue in Washington, D.C. Monumental is under contracts. We have a very predictable business.
I had not thought about it from that sort of SaaS business plan.
And the multiples are starting to look like SaaS businesses. They're 6 times on the low end, 14, 15 times on the high end.
What are the risks you worry about most? Because we've seen nothing but higher prices that people are willing to pay for experiences, for tickets. We've seen nothing but higher prices for the sports franchises. But what do you worry about?
We should never take the popularity of the game and competition and the players for granted. We're lucky in that there's something about sports that people crave. It's not just the competitiveness. It's like the only place you can go and here are the boundaries. Here's what's out of bounds. Here's the rules. Here are the officials. You have to respect the officials.
Or rough them up.
And I do think there's this tribalism, this feeling of being a part of something bigger coming. And we really saw that after the pandemic. I mean, I went to the movies this past Saturday. It was the first time I'd been in a movie theater since the pandemic. We came back after the pandemic, sold out, had our best years ever, and people just craved, they missed so much the ability to high five, hug people, be able to emote, be able to be a part of something. And so I think sports is really, and sports teams, what we're building is a platform-like company. We're a tech company. And we have distribution, we have the IP in the teams, we own the network, we own the venues. It's a bricks and clicks business. And so, I think these will become an asset class. And I would expect at some point a bunch of these assets will have to IPO.
Who does it really well in your industry besides you in terms of managing that?
Well, Madison Square Garden started and wrote the book. Now they have many different companies. They put their teams in one asset, their real estate network in another asset, the Sphere. Liberty Media, they own Formula One, which is an unbelievable property, and the Braves, but it's tracking stocks. There's no real pure play public company that you can look at and say, here's what the teams do, here's what the venues do, here's what the network does. That's how we're operating now, like a pre-IPO company.
We got to run, but one last question. As a value play versus where you think multiples and prices are on leagues. So you look at the NBA, you look at Major League Baseball, you look at hockey, you look at the NFL. Where do you, or WNBA even, where do you think the opportunity lies at this point in the ballgame?
Well, basketball is the world's second most popular sport. Over 1 billion people identify that they are very enthusiastic about the game. The players are charismatic. They don't wear helmets. You sit right next to them. I think the move to digital, the move to be global, I think the NBA is talking about expansion. They'll be very mindful and thoughtful. But we're in China. We're in Africa. Africa has the most young people. We're looking at Europe. I think we will be a global platform, and the WNBA will follow. The WNBA is the growth stock. It's more women than men in the world, and I think the popularity that you've seen in the last couple of years has been dramatic, and everyone wants to be in the WNBA now.
Ted, it's great to see you. Thank you for coming in.
Great to see you guys.
Nice to see you.
All right, up next, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy on growing national security concerns of undersea communication cables. We'll be right back.
Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Insured Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual.
Out here, there's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we've got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
Oh, I hate these things.
Yeah, sometimes you just want a human.
Can we get a human over here?
That's one of the great things about Consumer Cellular. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service is also 100% human. You don't have to, you don't have to talk to a bunch of robots, just humans in America.
Robots are the worst.
Yeah, I think it's mad at us.
For those 50 and up, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each with Consumer Cellular.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life,
we got you.
Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. ServPro, like it never even happened.
Every morning, even before the markets open, I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day. When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and Public allows me to get a step ahead.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in its students and what they can offer the world. You get credit for experience. I didn't have to start at the bottom. I had life experience and I had actual job experience that translated to coursework and helped cut down the cost of school. UMGC honored the level of effort that I put into myself and helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market. Being able to buy a home is part of the American dream, and I couldn't be prouder.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
3 Republican House lawmakers sent a letter to the CEOs of Alphabet, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft asking whether they've taken steps to address national security concerns over submarine communication cables. Joining us right now is a ranking member of the Select China Committee, Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamoorthi of Illinois. Congressman, welcome. First of all, I think you know what this is about. This letter you didn't sign, but I'm hoping that you can explain what's at stake here.
Yeah, I actually echo the concerns of this letter. Just to level set for your viewers, the vast majority of undersea cables in the world are built, owned, operated, and maintained by private entities, including Alphabet, Meta, Amazon, and other companies in the U.S. And so what we're saying to these companies is be very, very careful about not using CCP or Chinese Communist Party controlled entities to either build or maintain or service those cables, because they have a history of potentially nefarious activities regarding those cables.
What do we know in terms of the demonstrable risk and what you've seen on the maintenance piece? I understand buying cables, for example, from the Chinese clearly would pose a problem, but on the maintenance side of it?
Same issue. Basically, unfortunately, in these CCP-controlled entities, they are tasked often by their intelligence services to conduct surveillance, to hack into telecommunications networks, and they collaborate with those intelligence agencies regarding the same. That's why, for instance, Huawei, which, by the way, is a big player in actually building these undersea cables, as well as SBSS, another carrier or another company that maintains these cables, should not be used by American entities. And so we are telling these companies, again, be very cautious about working with the CCP, and I actually support the FCC, which is now putting in place rules which would prohibit CCP-controlled entities from building or maintaining or servicing these lines.
Let me ask you a broader question. For many years, Huawei and a number of other Chinese companies, basically built out the infrastructure in places like Africa and parts of South America and parts of Europe and elsewhere. And they really got to dominate those spaces in part because they were providing much cheaper service, or at least cheaper products to those places. Do you think the U.S. made a mistake in either not trying to subsidize American business to do that? These cables, which you talk about being Chinese, what do you think I hate to use the phrase industrial policy, but do you think we're supposed to have an industrial policy around this, not just to tell companies what to do, but to make it so it's economically feasible or not?
I don't know if it's industrial policy, but we need policies that basically do what you are saying. We've basically left the playing field, so to speak, to CCP-controlled entities to dominate the landscape, especially with regard to telecommunications, especially in Africa. And, our repeated failure, for instance, to, have an offering similar to what they call the Belt and Road Initiative means that we are essentially ceding a lot of, commerce to these CCP-controlled entities. And essentially what's going to end up happening is that they're going to increasingly control these commercial spaces, whether it's in Africa, the Middle East, or in the developing world.
Congressman, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. We will talk to you again very, very soon. It's a fascinating issue.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got some breaking news for you this morning. There was a report that we mentioned earlier that came from Semaphore that said Berkshire Hathaway-owned railroad BNSF had been working with Goldman Sachs and was looking into a takeover of a rival railroad. We can report that that is not true, at least not true in terms of speaking to anyone important at Berkshire Hathaway who would be making a decision on this. Just got off the phone with Warren Buffett, who said he called Greg Abel, and no one from Goldman had spoken with either Greg Abel or with Warren Buffett, and that, by the way, they would not be seeking advice on what to do on something along these lines. Andrew, it's kind of what we had expected at the time, just knowing Berkshire, knowing how these things operate there. It didn't sound like a plausible story. There may have been someone from Goldman that contacted someone else, maybe trying to sell something. But just to be clear, this is not Berkshire Hathaway working with Goldman Sachs to try and figure out what to do with BNSF or to buy a rival railroad. So we can clear that up.
Take that off the list, at least for now.
For now.
For now.
Yeah.
When we come back, a lot more. Quick check on the markets ahead of the opening bell. We'll be back after this.
Nobody's born with grit.
Rose is really struggling.
It's something you build over time.
It's 21 missed cuts in a row.
For 89 years, Morgan Stanley has offered clients determination and forward thinking to create the future only you can see.
Rose, back in the winner's circle.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
You stand at the forefront of building materials.
Today, Amrize becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America with our advanced branded solutions from foundation to rooftop.
So, you like your job?
I love it. What I do is really important.
You give eye exams.
I give fresh starts, better vision, healthy eyes. Everybody wants that.
That they do. And they don't want to spend more money than they have to.
True. But good eye health? That's priceless.
Hero Doc saves vision.
Well,
Hero Owl saves money. Use your vision insurance for exams, glasses, and contacts, all at America's Best. Because eye care is healthcare, and you deserve the best.
Now that I'm a mom, things are, well, different. I have twice as many outfits to plan. My overpacking has reached new levels. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose whatever plan they want. I save money and can keep the same low price for 3 years. Love that for me.
I had to do it, I'm sorry.
Ouch. That's where that was. Found it!
At Snack Wrap Champ Posts, if anyone asks, I am the one who brought McDonald's Snack Wraps back. You deserve a trophy. You can eat. Snack Wrap is back.
Quick final check on markets before we go. Got some green on the screen. 10 points on the Dow. S&P 500 looking to open up about 10 points higher as well. The Nasdaq up about 4 points. And let's show you crypto, by the way. We're at what, close to 120 again?
I think it was 118.5.
118.5, and you're looking at the 10-year at 4.3. You're looking at 3.8. Wow. There you go.
Climbs again.
Climbs again. A lot of news today.
A lot. But that's okay. It's Tuesday. Good. We're here to get through it.
Big week ahead. We got a lot of earnings that are going to be coming in tomorrow. And by the way, the CEO of Coca-Cola is going to be hanging out with the gang on Squawk on the Street in just a little bit. Their earnings out this morning as well. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer. David Favors back at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are set to add to those recent highs as a few companies trim guidance or at least quantify the impact of tariffs. Goldman today says the labor market is set to approach what it calls stall speed, 10-year 4.36. Our roadmap begins with earnings season ramping up. GM, Coke, defense stocks, and the home builders are all on the move.
Plus, we're going to keep an eye on shares of Alphabet, aiming for what would be its 10th straight day of gains. That would tie its longest streak, at least in the company's history. And the road ahead for the rails. We'll have the latest details on at least what might be that potential for M&A in that industry.
Let's get right to the markets, coming off another record close for the S&P and the Nasdaq this morning as investors digest this morning's batch of earnings, including Coca-Cola and GM. Jim, we talked some Stellantis yesterday, and GM does quantify at least the first half tariff impact.
GM, look, they obviously have a tariff problem. It's much bigger than a lot of people think. The theme of this quarter is that you have to have a tariff problem, and then you make it smaller. RTX did that. It was like, wow, we thought it was going to be like 800. It's going to be like 500. So when you see something that seems like a very large number, it's entirely possible that people say, well, wait a second, that's not so good. I'd like to point out that there was a lot that was good. And I think that Mary Barra is doing a very, very fine job because the only thing, added costs, but they're selling. And I think that those who want to sell the stock go ahead, but I think that this is just another good quarter despite the tariff. I think they can handle it. You disagree?
Do I disagree? No. I mean, the visibility in terms of the impact of tariffs and what they're doing to mitigate that apparently did not yet come to the fore in terms of this quarter. So I guess, what did they say? Impact would be $4 to $5 billion over the course of the year?
4 to 4.5 for the full year.
Yeah.
And we're pacing about in line with that, he says.
Right, and believe me, they're going to have a lot more that I think can go their way. When I was speaking to Cleveland Cliffs yesterday, to Lorenzo Gonsalves, who does not say hi.
Tell him I don't say hi back.
Okay,
please.
very good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just talking about, look, this is the beginning of a lot of different things. It's very in flux. GM has... Ford has told me that GM has much exposure versus Ford. So I'm looking for Ford to have a good quarter. By the way, Ford's going from 10 to, Ford's making a 20% move here. So I look to see who has the most exposure. And I've got to tell you, Ford was right when it said, be careful GM. Because everyone in the industry knows that there's a lot of companies ship a lot of stuff. Get the Allison motor down there in Mexico, comes back. GM, David's like back and forth with the car. Jack, back and forth with the car. That is not what they want. Coca-Cola. Now, I'm going to defend James Quincy here.
All right, we've moved on. I just want to make clear, we've just moved from the autos to Coca-Cola.
Well, you've been away.
That was a seamless transition.
No, you've been away for 2 weeks.
Seemingly, apparently, having nothing to do with anything.
That you get to speak at the end of the show.
Oh, I do. Otherwise, I don't.
I thought that he was saying GM and Coke.
I listened to you yesterday. I listened to you guys yesterday, and you're right. I don't think you need me here, but I'm still here.
Give me your GM rap.
So deal with it.
Give me your GM rap.
No, I actually now wanted
to. No dog in the hunt.
He's referencing a. Why are you bringing that?
Because it's hilarious.
It is hilarious.
Go ahead.
All right. Coca-Cola, you were going to make a point.
No,
I just was stating the transition from GM to Coke.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Coca-Cola did.
I had a funny thing to say. Okay, that was my point because you're here.
I've trampled on your joke.
There's going to be cane sugar.
Yes.
Everywhere. You'll be able
to get a lot of cane sugar because that's what RFK Jr. wants. What?
No, the president likes it.
Right.
He's in charge, the president.
Without a doubt, of everything. And we'll get to the rails in the next block, but so much of that will potentially come back to the president as well, potentially. So you're right.
Well, I just think that Coca-Cola was actually a good quarter. Was it perfect? No. They have a problem. Look, everyone, they have a problem with aluminum. They have a problem, David, the tariff problem. The only companies that didn't seem to have a tariff problem today are the housing companies. And I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, but let's wrap up Coke. We're going to talk to James Quincy later this morning. Case volume was negative on a global basis, down 1. Price mix up 6. They did say the sugar soda, Jim, will be an addition designed to complement our core, strong core portfolio.
Now, when I owned Bar San Miguel, we would serve Coca-Cola. We banged them for $8. I mean, people really wanted that stuff. But it tastes very sweet, and it's natural, and they've always been able to supply it here, so that's not going to be a big problem for Quincy.
Right. We were asking questions last week about the corn lobby and whether or not they're really going to cede huge parts of the market to sugar.
This is another thing that James is really, really good at. Was it the blowout quarter that I'm used to? No. There were some regions that were weaker, and that was hard.
Well, and we came off Pepsi last week, where a lot of that weakness was centered in North America.
But Pepsi had the anti-GLP-1s. That was the beginning of the end of the era, where people just said, you know what, I only need to eat one. They're back. The eaters are back. And by the way,
wait, what? They're back? They're done with their GLP-1s? We haven't even started the oral dosage when everybody's going to be getting these things.
The cheaper way to get the GLP-1s has gone. It's done.
You mean like hims and hers and the ability for the... Right,
That's
okay.
what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And
but the idea of widespread usage of GLP-1s, which really we're still in the earliest days of when we get the oral...
Well, absolutely. I'm not going to disagree with that.
From Eli Lilly sometime next year.
Same day. Absolutely. I think you're really right.
So we haven't moved on from the impact that that's going to have on companies like Pepsi and others.
But did you see the Pepsi number while you were away?
No.
It was fantastic.
Okay.
And Ramon LaGuardia is delivering. He's delivering more than James because he's got snacks that have been nowhere.
Right.
The stock was at 134. Everyone thought it was going to go to 129, where it would have a very big yield. LaGuardia pulled a rabbit out of a hat. James Quincy did not pull a rabbit out of the hat. He's got tariff problems, and he didn't have growth in certain regions. And I don't think he was consumed by sugar cane, but it certainly hit him.
Yes. Let's turn to some of the defense names reporting today. Lockheed is the biggest drag. This OpperNet miss, Jim, is kind of jarring.
Well, we don't really know. There's a stealth problem. We're not sure exactly what went wrong. I will say, much to my chagrin, because I really, really like him, the long knives are out for James Takeley, Lockheed. They just are. All I ever hear about is that the stock's not going to make, the company's not that great. Now, they do have this F-35 program, and we can talk about that because we have RTX there. RTX seems to be doing better with that.
Yeah.
David, I think that when I look at what James is doing, I mean, I don't know the program that he's being hurt by.
The aeronautics classified program has experienced design, integration, and test challenges, as well as other performance issues.
So what is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that means.
You said something to me about drones. There's a Dexter Filkins article in Atlantic that says, listen.
What's in the Atlantic, not the New Yorker? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is it?
No, New Yorker.
He usually writes for the New Yorker.
New Yorker, I'm sorry. But what's very clear is that there's an unmanned effort, a drone effort, in that's big.
You know, the generation of new companies in defense has grown dramatically, I think. These are private companies. Anduril is a name that many of our viewers may have heard of, but there's many others. That's where the capital right now is at least going.
Yeah,
to your point about drones and the change in warfare, obviously we need to look no further than Ukraine. The Wall Street Journal, which does such great reporting on that
they really have.
conflict.
They've owned it.
Today has another story about how it's become almost purely a drone war.
Right.
Now, unfortunately, it's still killing. As many people.
I'm going to disagree with that. Why? Because Chris Calio, who runs RTX, said the Patriot missiles are needed because the Russians are constantly sending missiles over.
They are still sending missiles. I guess on the front lines, though, it's all about drones and how you prevent the enemy from advancing. I mean, everything. And obviously, we know the Russians have been using a version of the Iranian Shahed drone, and they've been ramping up their own production as well. But the point I'm making is there's a new generation of warfare that's happening, I guess, right in front of our eyes here, and that is not being lost. I'm sure many of the main contractors are focused on it, but there is an entire group of companies
you're so right.
that are private that are focused on it.
Also, Wahid Nawabi was on Mad Money. Now, he is the CEO of AeroVironment, and they have a gun that shoots them down, and it's a couple of pennies. So that's the hope. But what David is right about, I mean, not that you've been wrong about it, but you're really right about, is that there's a crisis at the Pentagon. Now, RTX would tell you that they still want manned vehicles, but there's just a lot of people who just say, pilots are too expensive.
Yeah, well, I mean, not to mention our main rival, if you view China as that, what they've done in drone technology, and again, in so many other areas as well. I mean, they got a city that basically is like a drone test center. Apparently, anything and everything gets flown around there. You can have your lunch delivered, your cup of coffee. I mean,
hey, wait a second. Amazon,
virtually everything delivered by drone.
Amazon can do that.
Okay.
But Amazon doesn't have military drones.
No, they don't.
No. But I do think that we're going to have to start focusing a la Palantir. I mean, Palantir is behind a lot of the effort to have contractors be competitive and to have, they got to get the guy, when you, let me explain.
But they're not making drones. That's a different, entirely different subset of defense.
But when you build a fighter pilot, when you build a bomber, they have triple redundancy. Now, triple redundancy is really expensive. One engine gets shot, then another, and then they have a third. That's really expensive. That's one of the big reasons why they're overrun.
Well, because you have a human being inside, yeah.
Right. So how about you take out a human being, then you don't have to have any redundancies. Right?
It's a lot cheaper.
Right. And frankly, a lot better. Because we lose a pilot, and we can't do that. We don't want soldiers. We don't want people getting killed.
Yep. There are a bunch of movers to get to this morning. We will touch on Danaher, Philip Morris, the home builders, Sherwin-Williams, PACCARs. There's Sarepta news. We'll, of course, get to Open Door. Take a look at the pre-market here as we kick off a busy session. Walk on the Street is back after this.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they?
Oh, interns.
We're interns.
Good night!
I'll see you tomorrow.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Out here,
you'll find a community of hardworking creators with loyal followers, along with proud moments worth sharing. And farm to table, well, that's just supper. And whether it's a raised garden bed, acres of land, or something for your animals, we've got all the supplies and are happy to share a little know-how.
Welcome to Tractor Supply, into life out here.
Never miss a moment.
Retailers are trying really, really hard not to pass through these additional costs right now, and we may not even see a lot of it in the coming quarter. But there will come a point where they can't do that anymore.
I expect a pretty robust M&A environment in the second half of the year.
I do believe if you lower rates, this is going to be one more leg to this prosperity. Housing starts will go through the roof.
Good times are road trips with friends. The best of times are road trips with friends who feed you McDonald's fries.
I look different. I play different.
We were the greatest defense ever to play the game.
Winning becomes a lifestyle.
All right, welcome back. Talking more about the rails, of course. It's the last thing I kind of left everybody with before I left on vacation was the idea of rail consolidation. My partner here paid close attention at the time as well, and it's only picked up in terms of the chatter, in terms of some of the reporting about various companies hiring bankers. Let's wait a bit here and see when we really can find out about talks between the likes of a UNP and a Norfolk Southern, or perhaps a Burlington Northern and a CSX. That's kind of where the focus is right now, Jim. And then, of course, the focus will turn if, in fact, we do get talks that result in some sort of transaction potentially. Then the focus will turn to the Surface Transportation Board and to, of course, as you mentioned earlier, the president, who in this administration, virtually every decision seems to be made by him. And one would expect that would be the case here as well. There previously, of course, had been a belief that you would not see any further consolidation in the rails, as I had reported a week and a half ago, or whatever it was on that Friday. That was being challenged by many people who were saying the idea of a transcontinental rail would be a positive for U.S. competitiveness and for the reindustrialization that the Trump administration has been focused on. Take a listen to the Transportation Board chairman. This is about a month ago. He was on the Freight Watch podcast. Here's what he had to say, broadly speaking, about the industry and their goals.
When you think about the use of the board's authorities, it directly benefits, the companies, including railroads, but obviously shippers that are part of that reindustrialization picture. Time is money and this sort of stuff. Capital can't wait. And so the longer it takes to know whether or not a transaction or construction is approved, whether or not you're going to get that rate, whether or not that practice can continue, whether or not you're going to have the access, whether or not that state law or local law that's unduly burdensome will be preempted. The longer that takes, the harder it is for you to engage in the business decision and planning that are going to put people to work in this country and to grow our economy domestically. So that's how we fit into this. And that's what we have to think about every single day is...
Okay, so, if they get a transaction in front of them, that's the guy, and obviously the Surface Transportation Board will be weighing in. Importantly, kind of interesting to hear his thinking about it. Again, one would expect if the president wants it, it will happen. I should mention Becky Quick reporting, on these reports about Berkshire hiring a banker. She, at the end of Squawk Box, shared her reporting saying that it's not true, at least not true in terms of speaking to anyone important at Berkshire who would be making a decision on this. She spoke with Warren, who said he called Greg Abel. No one from Goldman had spoken with either Goldman or Greg Abel or Warren. And the idea that they need advice on how to do a deal, of course, is a good question in terms of why Berkshire would need that. But that said, Jim, this is not going away, and everything I hear indicates there is momentum. But we'll wait and see. Back in my old days, I would wait till there was actual talks before I report on things, although I did, of course, report on the general idea of this because of all the chatter I was hearing and the hopes that there will be something that occurs.
Well, look, they have direct corridor, CSX, direct corridor, connects Southeast Mexico, Texas, U.S. Southeast. That's Union Pacific. Why would you let that happen? I mean, why would you make it so that you have two railroads that have that area, and now make it so there's one?
Right.
And I think Joe Hinrich, the CEO of CSX, might not want this deal. He's young, took over the railroad, he just got there.
He's probably going to get some people in his shares who disagree with him. I know one firm filed Hart-Scott. It doesn't mean they own an enormous amount, but they'll get active. They'll start saying things. That'll happen. That's going to happen. And so you'll get this push towards it. You seem disappointed at the idea of it, but if it lends
Good morning.
to the idea that you just
So we got 10 minutes. Everything looking like it's gonna go up, but we'll see. Doesn't look like Powell did anything this morning. 3 minutes looks like it's overbought, so we might get a dip. 15 minutes still looks good for the upside, but maybe we'll get a drop at open. Who knows?
You can drop trucks off, they can take it where it goes. I just think that there's so few railroads that you have to have the hope that they might have competition. Yeah, I think anything can stimulate competition.
Well, the last deal was the Canadian Pacific deal, Kansas City Southern. They used that voting trust, by the way, so you were able to sell your shares. They took the risk of STB. It took a long time, but they did, Carl, get it approved. Unclear whether that would be the same structure that would be used in these potential transactions.
I think that could end up raising prices.
Raising prices, you think, if in fact you had two. But if you were having the two, they were still competing entirely. UNP with Norfolk and Burlington with CSX? Well, look, together, and then would they compete against each other? No.
Norfolk's up very, very big on this. Norfolk is the one with, I think, the caretaker CEO, because the previous CEO had things that I want to talk about. What are you doing?
What up, man?
I'm looking at my text.
Did you trade?
Could be important. How many times I can listen to you and look at my phone? I can still dual process.
Well, yeah, okay, here.
That's a very nice picture of Lisa. Right.
What? That's the other two? I thought you blew one yesterday, no? Holy shit. Are you long?
But I was looking at the other part. Oh, look, you got a text, you see? Well, there's an investing club alert. You got an investing club alert for yourself. He got one. He's part of the club.
He is definitely part of the club. He is the club. He's a member. Yes.
Is that the 25K?
We'll get some more items in transportation, including results from PACCAR, for example.
Oh, so yeah, 50 and 150. Oof. When do you long? I don't know. What price was it?
Security so fast.
Oof.
So well written. That's why you Brent wouldn't have.
Glad I didn't trade. I was long like when it dumped to like 280. And I stopped after I made like $100.
Plant-based healthy blood pressure support. There's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Super Beats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist.
I thought you don't trade after hours anymore. That shit would wreck you.
Food is
this gain of passion. But diabetes threatened to take that away. Gina learned how different foods affect your sugar levels.
We had a good streak going on too. So the 3 minute looks like it's overbought, so it's gonna dip. So maybe we get a dip at open, but the 15 minutes oscillator still looks like more upside. So if it drop, I'm gonna long. I think bot is long too. So if not, you're gonna blow it all. Don't blow the 150 though.
You know, the TimberTech products compared to wood, it's really the only product that I personally found that has that look and feel of wood. It's the closest thing to it in the world of composites. You just really need to look at it. They've nailed the colors on this. There's a great range of color in there. The grain color, the calm look to it is fantastic. It doesn't have that like weird plasticky look. It just looks like it's supposed to be there. It looks like what you want it to look like. It looks like your investment made sense.
How late did you guys trade? Ouch.
Throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need.
Yeah, I mean, cutting is the hardest part. I mean, you gotta trade NQ.
As well as Luke cuts it to hold. I'll get to some of the other sell side calls as well. Opening bell coming in 5 minutes. Don't go away.
TSA?
Join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event. Real world insights.
Oh, yeah. It took me 12 months to get my global pass.
Christina Lamb posted at McDonald's thinking about how I never had a snack wrap and I'm devastated.
I forgot how much I paid. It wasn't that much, but it's good for 5 years. That's worth the money. Yeah, my AA card paid for that. You have to check online and check the credit card benefits. Some do pay for it, like my city card for American Airlines pays for it. It won't be on the TSA website. It'll be on the actual credit card. It's like certain card. Because the credit card I have, I pay $500 a year, so they cover that part of it. Yeah. Yeah, it's not expensive.
ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
Do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network.
I gotta grab me my funded futures later. I finish all these other evals first. It's down to 62.
GoDaddy uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins. Well,
yeah, I'm on YouTube.
Noggins for their noggins.
Nuveen invests with a foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations, to build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies, to innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
Let's get a mad dash. Little synergy today. We've got Walmart ringing the opening bell, and they're the subject of the mad dash.
Yeah, and John David Beatty came over. Not John David, but Beatty.
He's the CFO of the company.
CFO and senior vice president. And I was concerned by the whole Walmart, what their response to Amazon.
Yeah.
Because Amazon, the journal caught that raising prices. I'm trying to find out whether that's brought handily. But he said Walmart does not. And I think Walmart and Costco are the great replacement fighters. And I think that Walmart is a couple of things, 200 million. So for them to hold down prices, so it says me, that if we had an honest CPI, then you would have to question some of the prices if they shot.
What does an honest CPI mean? What do you?
Well, CPI is all
No, fuck that. You see what it did? Man, I worked my ass off trying to get all this shit ready to promote, and they get someone else like a bigger discount. Come on. No, the PW, he got 25% off. So what's the point? You know what I mean?
So I consider that
To closely, obviously, it's huge implications for the consumer. Let's get the opening.
That's a drop. Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
shortage. But I find that we had quotes that are not.
Well, let's just stop for a second.
What's that?
There was no news on Kohl's. Is that correct?
No, they had news. The quarter was just okay.
Quarter was okay.
Just okay.
Okay.
I mean, not anything more than okay.
So not something that would justify a move of 100% in the stock.
Absolutely not.
So what's going on?
A very big short position.
Yep.
And there's a Reddit section
that
is very excited about it. This is the new world.
So this is a la GameStop almost.
No, exactly.
Yeah, same game.
Yeah, you go and you watch Reddit. Now look, I think in my new book that's coming out September 30th, I address this and I say you must check Reddit before you make a buy if you have a big short position, because this is what could happen.
Dang, that drop. I'm not gonna long. Oh my god, that 3 minutes. I told you it was overbought. You see the bot's gonna go short. No, but it looks like it has more room to go down.
GameStop was then.
Oh my god.
It's difficult. It's in a difficult position.
Right, but Kohl's did at least. Kohl's did not blow up. I mean, Kohl's it's got new management. Kohl's is doing okay. I just think that what matters is that this is in control of a group of people who are motivated, and it's a short squeeze.
Well, we talked about Opendoor last couple of days, Jim. The trading, the daily calls traded yesterday on Open exceeded Nvidia and Tesla combined.
No, it's not our job to be cops of the beat.
To be what?
No, it's not our job to be cops of the beat.
Yeah.
But this kind of action tends to have a conclusion.
It does.
And it has to be if you're last.
Well, it is reminiscent of that time when we watched GameStop
Well, went to 350.
go up hundreds and hundreds of percent.
Look, there's a couple
And AMC and a couple of other names that came along with it.
You can do Nvidia, a company that has tremendous technology, or you can do some company that has nothing, like GameStop, and make a fortune. But that's not. I mean, who am I to say that that's bad investing? But it just doesn't seem to be investing at all.
It's like the author of Get Rich Carefully. Well,
exactly. Look, I look at Kohl's and I think look, it's not going to die. I mean, I think it's got, the last quarter was good, but at the same time, it decided to gut it. I mean, Goldman raised the price from 5 to 7.
Well, I mean, but the presence of these kinds of traders in these names can give them a lifeline because, as we've seen previously, they can then be in a position to potentially raise capital by selling stocks, which is dilutive. Nonetheless, they can do so. We see them do it at the market. I don't know. I'm not saying that is going to be the case here at all.
No, but if
it does create its own reality.
But if polls had any horses, they would very quickly chin up.
I'm still waiting. I don't want to go long yet.
I don't know whether Michael Bender understands this influence, but that's what he should do. He should use this to raise capital. Now, what typically these companies say is I don't need to raise capital. Nobody, but AMC raised capital.
They raised a lot of capital. They bought a gold mine. They did all sorts of interesting things. But as I made the point recently, it's back to, I mean, by the way, movies have returned at least to a reasonable place.
Box office quarter to date's up 16.
But AMC stock has also returned to a more reasonable.
Balance sheets matter.
Yes, they do.
Balance sheets matter. And we can deny that. We can say that there's no problem with any balance sheet. And that would be false.
I mean, you've got to go back, guys. Let's take a look at 5 years on AMC if you want to show what we're talking
about. AMC, or you want to take a look at their polls?
No, what you want to look at is AMC in 2021.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That puts it in perspective.
Yeah, Aaron, you had a really good call there to be able to raise
a lot of money.
He saved the change. He also sold some stock. By the way, he said he was selling for estate purposes.
Yeah, that was a good long. I still think it's going to drop.
People sell stock. That's what he said. But I just look at polls and I think, look, a few minutes ago, before this day started, they were looking bad. They're now looking great. They do have a lot of borrowing. I mean, this is not a clean balance sheet by any means.
Well, we've talked about various efforts to remain relevant, whether that's Amazon shipping sites or is it Sephora as well, right?
Yeah, they got Sephora, but they have 6 billion in debt, and they have a chance to just take advantage of it. David, it would be advantageous,
yes,
if they take enough money to cut that debt. Just use the $5 billion.
Yes.
I mean, I told Cleveland Cliffs last night to Lorenzo Gonzalez, and he needs capital. He's going to want to lower the. He absolutely wants to lower the debt, but he's also conscious that it will be incredibly dilutive.
That's what ends up happening. It is incredibly dilutive.
Now, by the way, Horton is not a short squeeze.
Okay.
People feel that Horton's not.
G.R. Horton also, of course, the home builder reported earnings as well.
Yeah, with a nice beat, revenue beat, the incentive push, Jim, and some of the commentary from Pulte too, saying they were pleased by the way buyers responded to even a slight dip in mortgage rates.
It's amazing with Sherwin-Williams that things are choppy. Sherwin-Williams being a down stock now, but I do think that if housing were to have any sort of comeback, then I think that it might even lose the case that the Fed must cut. But by the way, a lot of folks are being bought with cash.
Yeah.
Most shares are sold.
Well, but just for volatility. Guys, I wanted
for manipulation.
Well, you can call it manipulation.
I will call it.
All right.
No, dare call it conspiracy.
Could be. Well, guys, I wanted to talk about another name this morning. Again, a small market cap company and much smaller now. Going to get rid of those plates because we want to take a look at Replimune. Not because it's that big a story a month for this particular company, although its stock is down 76%, but because it is indicative of a move from the FDA that may well be seen as having a chilling effect on the ability to get oncology drugs approved under the new administration there, led by Dr. Vinay Prasad, who runs the FDA Center for Biologics and Research. What happened here? Replimune has a drug for melanoma. The first line of defense against melanoma, and a very successful one, thankfully, for many melanoma patients, is Keytruda and Opdivo, or a combination of the two.
After it gets in the blood.
Right. And after you start to get tumors and things of that nature. Now, when they don't work, then you turn to other potential therapies.
Absolutely.
An IGNITE trial, phase 2 of the drug that Replimune had, showed a third of the people had significant shrinkage of tumors related to melanoma, and the median that they survival and life was over 3 years. 15% actually had the tumors go away entirely. That wasn't enough for the FDA. And that is sending a kind of a shiver down the spine of investors and those who would look to invest in and be around capital raises from private companies that are pursuing oncology. So it's not just about
touch anything yet. So, you know what? Nah, fuck that. They gave me a meeting last week. I got all this shit, like, promoting it, getting ready, and came to find out, PW got 25% discount. And everybody else get 15. So what's the point of me trying to promote, put my own money out? You know what I mean? I don't really benefit, so no.
Maybe even gets rid of your cancer, you might want it. You're not going to be able to get it. Let me share it. I know.
So I just deleted the Twitter challenge. That's like my $500. Like, no, not doing any of that. Go back to TPT.
In the Replimune press release that I think, and I've heard this from a couple of investors this morning, that it's concerning far beyond this. The CRL indicates the FDA is unable to approve the application in its present form. FDA has indicated the IGNITE trial, that's what I'm referring to, is not considered to be an adequate.
What was that? Games of Thrones?
Provides substantial evidence of effectiveness. Furthermore, FDA said trial cannot be adequately interpreted due to the heterogeneity of the patient population. Also states there are items related to the confirmatory trial study design needed to be addressed, including contribution of components.
Can you hear me now?
No safety issues. This is not about safety.
Hello?
This is not
Oh yeah, that's weird. Just my headset was out.
which take an enormous amount of time to do. Not to
Did you hear anything I was talking about MFU or no? I didn't know I wasn't. Okay. Okay. Oh, you didn't hear what happened? Oh, I thought I told you. Okay, I guess Disco went out. So, they gave me a meeting last week, talked about it, and then I came up with a couple plans to promote it, like doing the Twitter challenge. I had to put up $500 my own money, and then our challenge is $250 on Discord. And then Van just told me GW got 25% off, and I got 15. It's like, what's the point of me promoting it? Yeah, that's fucked up. So we're going back to TPT challenge next month.
Cancer, you're looking for any opportunities.
Yeah, I don't really care. I just do promote like I used to promote, but nothing special.
There's a ton of news in health, Jim. We've got Oscar Health coming there, guys.
Yeah, it's just renaming it, rebranding it, but it's a little better. It's cheaper.
So, I mean, I don't know how much this stuff should have down here. It's a good example. Finally, if the analysts keep telling you that there's a problem and you get the problem, the stock doesn't go down. Right.
And then there is Sarepta, which will initiate a voluntary pause of elevated shipments in the U.S.
I don't know when too long.
Yesterday, headline suggested they would defy that request.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, when you go, you don't report homicide.
Still looks like I'm on downside.
Back to the Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. It's just such a horrible disease. And if there's any hope,
it was just compassionate, and then people died, and you can't go. We all someone died.
Sometimes you have to. It's versus. I mean, the ability to potentially slow the progression of that.
I'm with you on that, but we're not the FDA.
No, we're not. Again, back to the point, the FDA seems to be perhaps taking a stricter view. Again, these are two different things, Replimune and Sarepta.
It doesn't make any sense to me, but then again, I mean, look, there's a new sheriff in town. We're not privy to the kind of thoughts of the people. We just know that there's compassionate use. We hope, like if you're a parent, give me anything.
Sure. Take anything.
Guys, GM is down over 6%.
Yeah, I guess the people just think that.
Let me know when you long Gambit.
Okay. It's the first one where we really did get.
Oh, you've been longing? I join you. 77. I think last night I was long at 70. Yeah.
GM is the one who took the most advantage of the US.
Oh shit, I didn't know how long at 67 years.
Get renegotiated in a matter of months.
I know. And I'm speaking to someone who
Drop.
was involved.
New low a day. Wow. Yeah. Maybe today's not a bullish day.
You made a mistake.
Well, he made a mistake then, right? Didn't he buy a Canadian?
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Yeah,
He's trying to. I'm sorry. He's trying to. Right, but he bought. They bought a Canadian.
He did, but he's trying to stop transshipment. He thinks that there are a lot of countries that dump through Canada and dump through Mexico.
He didn't buy U.S. Steel, as I recall. He didn't buy that.
Order filled.
Order filled.
But he did.
But that one was a partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. It's a partnership.
All I know is.
Let me see if the bot's gonna go short or not. Not yet, but got more downside, so I might want to get out.
I do.
Get out. There we go.
Order filled.
I'm out.
When are we getting Tesla tomorrow?
You needed that in your gambit.
Order submitted.
Today, Web Bush Dan Ives reiterates his
That's
overweight,
good.
and 500 target. There's been a lot of talk about.
I need to
JP Morgan
work on my
yesterday
TPT, get
said
back to payout.
deliveries, Jim, for the year are going to be weak. They're running out of this easy cash from
Scary
the tax
long.
credits or the regulatory
Order
credits.
submitted.
But their
Okay,
cash
it drops
position is still pretty
again.
comfortable.
Look, the big beautiful bill. By the
I'm about to get into if it hits 63.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Yeah. Did you see Katie
Order
Tiffany's chart
submitted.
today about how cash tax rates in aggregate might go to single digits?
So it's really
Order filled. The bill.
it's incredible because look, accelerated
I'm working on my tick to get my 2,000 payout.
Order filled.
Order filled.
There's potential for a huge boom here. Now,
Order
people want
submitted.
to say that because it's kind of like, well, it's financed by.
I'm long at 61 now.
Yeah, I can see.
Not looking good.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Yeah, we got a fresh update from CBO yesterday. 3.4 trillion.
Order
over 10
filled.
years.
Order filled.
Shit.
But there's a possibility that you'll be huge in that.
Yeah, well, that's what you're going to need. I mean, right, that's kind of best in the Treasury Secretary's
45?
approach as well.
Order submitted.
We get more than 3% growth, and we take care
Beginning in Q1, it says GDP will run 3 plus.
It's Reagan, okay? And it without the.
No, I got other accounts.
He was about expanding things.
Which is why this note today
Order
from Goldman
submitted.
is so interesting. They say that
Order filled.
Order filled.
might soon hit stall speed.
Damn, what's the lowest gonna go?
First half,
It's getting
real
crushed.
GDP trackers 1.1,
Shit.
potential.
220 is less than.
Probably 90K for the remainder of the year. Which would that's why they're penciling in 3 cuts, not 2.
Right. Well, look, I'm a huge believer.
Order submitted.
Yeah. Just like yesterday, I was shorting like crazy, but it kept going up, and now I'm longing, and it kept going down. It kept going against the bot. I didn't want to long, really. I was just long because I canned it. I just played the gambit.
I just like that. I'm gonna, you can depreciate your private jet 100% year one. That's important.
Yes, and gun silencers, lower taxes on gun silencers. I like that one too.
Nobody's
Can we get a jet? Can we have to do it through a corporation? Can we
private credit.
Can we get this walk down the street jet guy?
737
Carl,
you're never going anywhere.
Order canceled.
We're not
Order submitted.
allowed to go anywhere. If every 3 minutes there was a private plane, and come the revolution, that will not happen.
Probably not.
Revolution.
To the Finland station
Right there. That profile, by the way, Lenin.
The Windsor
that profile.
The Windsor Palace, believe me. Come the revolution, David. You're not going to
Oh,
steal all
man,
the
it's
other
not looking
Appreciate my
good.
private jet 100% year one.
No, man. There's some things that are giveaways. I mean, yeah, that's the price you pay.
It's the price you pay.
The price you work.
Dow's up 128 this morning. Watch bonds. We do have the Fed with this meeting, this integrated review of bank capital frameworks. We heard from Mickey Bowman for the first time this morning on Squawk. Powell spoke but didn't discuss policy per se. 10-year pretty steady this morning at 4.36. Don't go anywhere.
Add one more at lower day, 25.
Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Yeah, I'm stuck in long.
It could be order filled. Order filled. Order submitted.
I'm usually a bear. I don't usually long.
If Demodex mites are partying it up on your eyelids, it's time to eliminate the root of the problem with Xdemvy.
If it loses 200, we're close.
Order submitted in just 6 weeks. Xdemvy is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that kills the mites that cause Demodex blepharitis, a common eyelid disease.
Oh shit, I need to work on my
To your eye or other surfaces to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before you
ETF
put contact lenses.
funded.
Order submitted. Most common side effects were stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. Party's over, folks.
Yeah.
It's not you. It's Demodex mites. Talk to your order filled.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. It's the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which
Order
help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness
Order
into a
submitted.
looking logo. But GoDaddy Arrow does with its magic
Order
layout
submitted.
colors. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Memory decline? Meet new QNOL Brain Health. The first and only tablet to combine 2
Order
high-absorption
filled.
Order filled.
clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust QNOL for more comprehensive brain health support.
Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Live by September 3rd at University of
No clue
Maryland.
why we
Global
dropping
Campus,
so
an
much.
accredited university that has transformed adult lives for more than 75 years. You're not waiting to win. You're ready to succeed
Order
again
submitted.
at umgc.edu.
Order filled. Order filled.
Since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, it's changed his quality of life.
Eels number 2s are
We're down almost 1%. Holy crap. You blew another pro?
Ambition is a fuel and a fire. They call me the judge for a reason. I'm supposed to make people
Order
learn.
submitted.
Get away from talking your book and tell me the real story. We're talking about people's money. I feel the weight of that, the responsibility, and I love it.
Nothing like starting the morning with a
Order submitted.
polls closed yesterday,
Okay,
10:42.
hey.
Order submitted.
Just before the cash
Getting
open.
crushed.
Order
This
filled.
is long.
Essentially, we've reached out to the company on this particular, waiting for comment.
Look, it's absolutely look. Any way you want to make money is fine, as long as you're not manipulated.
Order submitted.
You didn't claim something's happened that you don't think is true, so knock yourself out. But I'm gonna say it's a short squeeze, and they can do what they want. And I'll listen to their TV show. What are they on 11?
Man, I wish they dumped like this yesterday.
Yeah, that plus. Pocket plus.
Order filled.
S&P meantime going into the red, south of 6,300. Stop trading with Jim's next.
PGIM, finding opportunity.
That bot hasn't gone short yet, too.
Tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow, today.
Oh, he's done?
We just signed the lease on our 3rd shop.
I need to touch mine.
Head to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. Order submitted. Uploaded new art and had order filled.
Order filled.
Hey, honestly, I should have short.
Makes it so easy. Get started
This
today
is
at
a nasty dump.
Crypto staking just hit Wall Street. For the first time ever, staking rewards are available in a US listed ETF. Introducing SSK, the Renaissance Free Soul plus staking
Order filled.
Sticky rewards built in. Convenient.
I blew my eval. My funded eval was gone. And I knew it was gonna dump. The 3 minutes should dump. That's a waste of eval.
Distributed by Voice and Fund Services.
Pick one topic that represents women without saying the word women or
It just makes common sense that you want a minimum of half the population healthy.
It's 80% of autoimmune disease. This is the most common cancer diagnosis for half the world's population. It takes over 10 years to get diagnosed.
Order filled.
Yes.
Aren't you just talking about endometriosis?
I am.
Aren't you just talking about investing?
Order submitted. About investing in women's health.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform.
Order canceled.
What's going on? Holy crap.
Into summer with Paris baguettes.
I'm about to blow my pro. I only have 400 left.
Barbecue chicken grilled cheese paired perfectly with a delicious mango or strawberry lemon refresher. Stop in or order online at
That's a
parisbaguettes.com.
nasty dump.
Want to glow up for your phone? With Verizon,
Order
everyone gets a
submitted.
free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Look different. I play different.
The greatest defense ever played. It becomes a lifestyle.
Come back.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Time for Jim and stuff. I don't know how wrong this market can be. I read data for this one big company, and I saw that they were better than expected in
Order
the
submitted.
business that I was really worried about, including the biotech. They actually contain China. That's the life sciences. It was much better than expected. A CFO left, who I don't mind that he left. The operating margin was better than expected, and the stock was down 8. Okay, it was down 8, and I said, okay, keep the this charitable trust. Keep the shoelaces away from me. Take my belt away.
You called them the gang that couldn't shoot.
Come on. Don't drop again.
This is the beginning of a data her move, but it went from 182, which was just catastrophic, and to be up now. And I think that what I want people to understand, don't look at the stock, look at the company. Because if you looked at the company, it was a lot better than the stock. There was another company called Sartorius that's in the same industry, and they had really bad numbers over in Europe. But now I think maybe this is the bottom. I don't know, but every division.
Damn, I'm down 1,000 on my tick-tick.
To your point, it was down about 4 pre-market. I think the only big ones we missed, guys, were maybe NXP.
That's auto. Yeah. It's auto.
Order filled.
I think 2,500. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the do-it-yourself division, which is really bad. I just talked up Danaher.
Get back 200 and be safe.
Home Depot's up 7, and Chartros owns that. And then I look at that, and I think that's because of Portland being up and Lennar being up and Pulte being up. But that's not what references is Sherwin-Williams, and that means that maybe it's too high.
But you didn't blow that yet? That's good.
Jim, we'll see you tonight. It's good to have all three of us back.
David, he's been checking in with his dog on the self-branch your dog.
Mike, yes, Scoop texts me regularly.
It's great.
So you blew the other two? Damn.
Kind of like crypto. What's the super dog and the Superman?
The dog gave. Oh yes, the dog gave him Coles.
Coles.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure. Blue horseshoe. Jim, we'll see you tonight.
Absolutely. Great to see you guys. Be together. Thank you.
When we come back, Coke CEO James Quincy breaking down the quarter in a moment.
Shit, I gotta check my puts. There I go, my put screen. Let me sell.
Along with proud moments worth sharing. Farmer table, well, that's just supper. And whether it's a raised garden bed, acres of land, or something for your animals, We've got all the supplies and are happy to share a little know-how.
I haven't told you it's gonna dip at open too. I'm gonna be short.
Fine, neat new Qunol Brainhealth. Two high absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust Qunol for more comprehensive brain health support. New projects means new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed,
dropping
it's easier
again,
for
though.
talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Investment. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up.
Order submitted.
The real thing. You know, wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a
Order
strategy.
filled.
And success demands discipline.
Order canceled.
You're serious about that.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
$100 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from Big
Order
Wireless to
submitted.
Consumer Cellular. And we've got the same reliable coverage. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and
I need at least 184 to get out on a couple of them.
see how we can cut your bill. If you're over 50, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. Call Consumer Cellular.
184.
Order submitted.
Damn, I shouldn't touch my Apex. I was up $100. Need one more day, and now I'm down 400. Well, a lot like yesterday. Yeah. With my Apex, I need 87 on Apex. And another one.
Order submitted.
We got some breaking news from
Order filled. Order filled.
10 a.m. this morning, Chevron was successful in its
Order
mediation.
filled.
Again, this is all
Order
over the
filled.
Safer
Order
Field,
filled.
a very successful oil find. This is a decision that's pretty big news for the market in the terms that
Order filled.
Order filled. Has acquisitions by Chevron.
Order canceled.
It looks better
Nice.
today at any price assumption. than it
Target
did
filled.
when it
Order filled.
And market's going crazy.
Order submitted.
Tuesday morning, welcome back to Squawk on the Street.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Take a look at stocks. The S&P and the
Yeah.
NASDAQ.
Is some news going on?
Order submitted.
Bit weaker. This comes out of some tech earnings.
Order filled.
Order filled.
This is crazy.
Treasuries and the early action. It's a late data week. There's buying. That continues. Yields lower. 10-year yield
Order
4.3.
filled.
Order filled.
2-year yield 3.8%. Coming up this hour, first on CNBC interview with Coca-Cola CEO
Order
James
submitted.
Quincy. Fresh off earnings, following news this morning about the upcoming launch of a new cane sugar-based drink in the United States. After President Trump talked about it last
Order
week. And
submitted.
then Goldman Sachs has had corporate credit. Johnny Fine lays out his thoughts on the bond market, the Fed, and much more.
We are getting some breaking news on PNC Financial. For that, we're going to turn to Leslie Bigger. Morning, Leslie.
Good morning. PNC announcing that it has entered a strategic partnership with Coinbase. The
Order
arrangement will
submitted.
expand access to digital assets for PNC's banking clients and institutional
Oh, come on.
investors. And PNC will provide banking services to Coinbase. Shares of Coinbase down about 3.7%, PNC up slightly. According to the release, the two
PNC 's
companies
on
will
call.
develop an initial offering that will allow clients to buy, hold, and sell cryptocurrencies. The head of Coinbase Institutional saying in the release that it will be supporting PNC's, quote, entry into the digital asset market with our leading crypto as a service platform, which provides PNC
Surprised the bot
empowerment set of
hasn't
tools to develop a
short.
scalable,
You know. Let me see the bot
high-growth
now.
business built
Oh,
on
it's
a
still not
foundation
shorting.
of uncompromising security. In this space, JP Morgan saying last month that it was partnering with Coinbase to pilot JPMD, a deposit
119
token
needs
managed
to
by
hold, but
blockchain
dang,
technology.
this is
And guys, later in the
stupid
hour, we'll
market.
sit down exclusively with Bill
Yeah.
Demchak, the CEO of PNC, to discuss this new partnership with Coinbase.
This is what I wanted yesterday. Remember the book sent us deep red yesterday?
As he's here in Washington attending defense Forster, he was saying that they're looking to create a Coinbase
I'm
competitor.
down a lot on my trader. I hate my trader fights. I really hate my trader fights.
Or Ether. It feels like we're now getting lots of strategies, but divergent strategies. You either beat them or you join them.
Reuters submitted.
Interesting. It feels like we're at this inflection point with
I'm 500 on my trade day, but my intraday trade day is actually up 200.
banking executives are kind of of this mindset now where they either beat them or they risk a lot of their clients going over to competitors, and
I'm about to blow all my pro. Yeah, I need like my pro. I need like 260 to get out. That ain't gonna happen. Yeah, that's when we long earlier. Yeah. I can't. I only have 300, 400 DL. I can't average down.
This report that JP Morgan's considering offering loans backed by clients' crypto holdings. That'd be a new wrinkle.
Interesting, just given the overall volatility of the crypto space. So
Huh?
To establish that, because of course the challenge
No, I don't have enough buffer. So yesterday I was red.
is, of course, if the volatility ensues and then you have these longer dated loans, how you match that on the balance sheet. But I'm sure they're working through all of those details. Okay, thank you, Leslie. Looking forward to hearing from Bill Demchak with you later in the hour. In the meantime, guys, we are getting earnings. We're right in the thick of it right now. And one of the areas we're watching is how companies are dealing with tariffs and
I
responding
need
to
260. It's a long way. I don't think it's gonna hit.
not as bad as what was feared, and that's perhaps why the market has
Yeah.
rallied through all this. If you listen to, for instance, Genuine Parts CEO, the auto
I'm used to back holding his TPT.
clearly tariffs are an issue, but listen to what the CEO said. The number of
this
recent
sucks.
conversations to discuss tariffs has reduced versus April and May levels, and the magnitude of the cost increases has also moderated.
That's a huge drop, though.
As well for Raytheon, the company formerly Raytheon, RTX. Let's see
Orders
what the
submitted.
CEO said about the impact of tariffs there.
Our outlook on the impact of tariffs has improved for the year, but there have been some positive
I
announcements.
just need to get on my 8 packs and get one more day of $50. I can just request a payout.
Optimizing material flow where possible and through pricing action.
I was up 100. Now I'm down 400. I just got ready. I want a bigger payout.
Mitigation can mean a number of things. It can mean they put pressure on their suppliers.
Well, I already made 50. I got $100. I need $50 tomorrow, and then I should be good for my 8 days.
AI improvements to offset
Should be fine because
it can
I
mean
went
they
small.
pass it on to the consumer pricing actions. I think
I can
you
still
heard there
average down.
a little bit, but it's just to companies
I bet you a lot of people blew their account
not
today.
knowing about their cost structures when it comes to companies raising prices on the consumer. You just haven't seen any of that happen in a very extreme way, which was, I think, the market's original fear. Now, that doesn't mean we're out of
You
the
blew
woods, as
it?
you've made the point,
Oh
Carl.
my
We're going to see more tariffs, right? And let's see what happens with this.
I'm sorry.
Deadline. But so far,
Yeah, this drop was not
to
expected.
judge until I hear from the retailers because they feel it sort of most acutely because a lot of the product is made overseas. But with some of these industrial companies,
Yeah, all
it
my
does feel like there's been
TPT is
an
about to get
improvement
blown.
from
My 150
when they
eval, I'm
first
down
thought it was
2,000.
happening in April, just like the market.
Got 2,000 buffer left.
The pass-through of tariffs to prices is only beginning to emerge.
I don't know. 260 is a long way to go for me.
7 points to core
I need 100
PCE
points now.
between now and 27. So that's sort of an aggregate look at what it's going to add to.
Maybe the sell-off is over. Let me check. 3 minutes. Looks like it's near the bottom. 15 minutes curving down.
Yes.
So Pulte, the big home builder, not that administrator, though he's related to them. The CEO
I hope
on
so.
the call, just when it comes to housing costs and how they're finding that. Listen to this.
We've also got a little bit of luck on our side with there being more inventory in the supply chain that has allowed prices to stay stable longer. I don't think anybody believes that's going to last forever, and we're certainly anticipating a tariff load hitting our closings in next year. But we think for this year it's going to be minimal and mostly in the back half of Q4.
So the
to your point, Carl, they expect it to hit. It just hasn't hit yet. They have these inventory levels. They say it's going to be in the back half of next year, but it is being spread out more. And I think it explains, when we sit here and we say, why aren't we seeing it in the CPI report? Why aren't we seeing it in the PCE report? You're starting to hear explanations from companies about their mitigation strategies or why they are able to deal with these tariffs and not just jack up prices for consumers.
Yeah, it's interesting because the S&P forward PE profit margin, or sorry, the 12-month forward profit margin is like 14%. It's almost an all-time high.
I know. And even yesterday, we were talking to Barclays, head of U.S. equity strategy, said, yeah, we're going to feel the tariffs, and then we're going to see earnings rebound. I think the improvement of the economy is happening alongside of this, and that's creating a better outlook.
Plus, labor, as we've said, labor costs are pretty tame, huge productivity through AIs on the move. Maybe that offsets tariffs completely. We'll see.
And also, big, beautiful bill. Look, there's a chart that's going around, and the Treasury Secretary put out today about CapEx, capital spending from companies. It's been very strong. First half of the year, it was up more than 16.5%. So companies are not pulling back. They're investing in R&D. They're investing in their businesses, and they're not laying off workers right now. So that paints a pretty good backdrop.
Oh, come on, baby. Get me out of here.
The markets, didn't fall back.
August is always tricky.
Yeah.
August is always tricky.
Volatile period.
A lot of people away, lack of liquidity. We'll see.
Order canceled. Tariff deadlines to watch, including August 1st. It's good.
Order submitted.
Yeah.
All right, so here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. When we come back, first on CNBC interview with Coca-Cola CEO James Quincy as the company previews a cane sugar soda coming later this year, fulfilling President Trump's wish.
Plus, we'll chatter about all that M&A chatter in the railroad industry.
And Goldman's take on credit. We'll talk to the firm's head of corporate credit about the Fed, the yield curve, and a lot more as Squawk on the Street continues after this break.
He's king of the pig.
Order
filled. Spoken on a call. He has 3 comments, 2 memes, and 4 emojis to contribute. A flood of positivity during every single meeting. But
Order
filled.
Let's save on my pro. Yes.
To level Z.
Oh, okay. So I got
Principles we can help.
one pro got out green. Other one's almost dead, but it's coming back alive.
Order submitted.
Fucking stupid ass market, man.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Yo, fuck your son. I'm up $34 on the trade. I didn't blow it. Yeah, I was deep down. Keep averaging down. Finally got out.
Go by more than any other. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Come shit. It's been a great game. Then it's the stock market. 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus. Ambition is a fuel and a fire. They call me the judge for a reason. I'm supposed to make people smart. Get away from talking your book and tell me the real story. We're talking about people's money. I feel the weight of that, the responsibility, and I love it.
Yeah, if it goes down with a long. Yeah, that's a hard day today, guys. And I was 1200 from passing MFFU on eval. I blew that. My expert PA on MFU. It was close to blown, but now it's getting up there. I've been getting a couple payouts already. What's that one going for? I need 219. They can hit 219.
Order submitted.
Confident, and that's all with the help of Stitch Fix. I love that.
Damn.
Stitch Fix, online personal styling for everything. Coca-Cola topping earnings estimates this morning. The company reiterating its full-year organic revenue growth forecast and also making some news around a new cane sugar drink. Joining us here first on CNBC is Coca-Cola Chairman and CEO James Quincy. James, welcome back. Nice to have you on earnings day.
Thank you. Good to be back.
So tell us a little bit about what you're seeing, because feel sort of steady as she goes. You kept the revenue guide intact, but volumes were under pressure.
Yeah, I think that the overall picture is broad-based economic and consumer resilience, whether it's in the US or globally. Obviously, within that, there are some puts and takes. We certainly in the second quarter saw the developed economies doing a bit better than they'd done in the first quarter, but volume came under pressure for us because some sort of idiosyncratic reasons in a couple of key markets, Mexico and India. But overall, consumers in good shape, and we're delivering on the top line, and we're looking forward to a strong second half.
Consumers in good shape in the U.S. Can you just dive into that a little more? I mean, talk about what you're seeing, because we saw consumer confidence fall at the beginning of the quarter, and it's rebounded. How do you assess what's going on?
Yeah, look, overall, I think the consumer is pretty resilient. The economy's doing well. Yes, there is some pressure on the lower income consumers, and they're looking for more value and more affordability options, and we're really leaning into that. Perhaps the other thing I would say about consumer confidence, I saw a couple of good charts a while ago that says actually consumers' view and confidence in their own incomes is a good predictor of what their real income is going to be going forward. But consumer confidence in the economy, there's been a divergence between the actual economy's performance and the consumer's ability to judge it well. So I think
was any reason for the dump earlier? No.
Actually happening. So as we believe that growth will continue into the second half, we're going to lean in and continue to invest and really drive the growth.
I've just been diving in this morning into how companies are navigating or mitigating, is the word du jour, tariffs. How does it impact Coca-Cola? I know we've talked a little bit about aluminum cans. What are you seeing there?
I got out my Apex finally. $103 profit.
This is profoundly
I just gotta make, I didn't need to make 150 tomorrow to get a payout.
And that's true of almost every major country you go to. As it relates to the US, we have some exposure to imported materials, a little aluminum from Canada, and some agricultural commodities like orange juice from Brazil. But when we look at the impact of tariffs, if and when they come in on different places at different times, you have to put it all in the big round. You start out any year with a budget, you made a whole load of assumptions, and they won't all be right. Some will be better, some will be worse. And tariffs is an extra cost, but you've got to look at the underlying price of the commodity. That might be down. Forex might be favorable to you. And when we put all that together, we have certainly seen so far, as we manage the business in the US, that we haven't needed to do any big adjustments so far this year. And we're pretty confident we can see the year through managing all the puts and takes.
So what does that say? So with that in mind, are you worried about inflation? Is inflation still a thing in the U.S. when it comes to beverages?
Inflation has been moderating in the US and around the world. We generally, in the food and beverage industry, there's a kind of an annual price increase cycle, which in our case was in the first quarter. And so you saw pricing go up, but at a much slower rate than historically over the last few years. So we've definitely seen inflation moderating down to a more kind of normal level, and our pricing very much following that. Of course, our focus is making sure that the consumers believe they're still getting fair value. So we invest in the marketing, in the innovation, in the execution, because we very much think we need to earn the price increase and not just think.
So 3 minutes near the bottom is not yet, but 15 minutes looks like it's curving down, so we might have a bigger drop.
And not foresee other issues in the year at this point in time.
So when do you think we can expect volume growth again?
Certainly, from a global perspective, we're looking for volume growth in the second half. Our model is based on the premise that we can bring more people into our beverage franchises. We have a great portfolio of brands, $30 billion brands, fantastic execution with our bottling system around the world. So we'll absolutely be looking to grow volume in the second half, as in fact we have in the first half. First half volume growth was 1, notwithstanding the decline in the second quarter. So we'll be back to growth, and that's one of the things that powers our business.
Plus, you have the president that is touting your new product, cane sugar Coke. This is what, like a Mexican Coke you're going to roll out for the United States?
So later this fall, we're going to launch a Coke a Coke option sweetened with U.S. cane sugar put in the marketplace. The president, who's a well-known, enjoys the Coca-Cola brand. We love that. He's an enthusiastic consumer. And so, yeah, we are going to launch it later this year. He's knowledgeable about the industry, and we think it'll be a great option for consumers as we give people more choice and more ways to enjoy the Coca-Cola brand.
It's funny because you and I have been talking quarter after quarter, and the star of the quarter has been Coke Zero Sugar. So it's interesting now that you're leaning into sugar.
Well, I think, look, it's actually a portfolio. It's back to choice. If you look at our global business, last year, for example,
Okay, now it's curving, so I want to size down.
much faster. And similarly,
Let's
you
go
come back
long.
to the US, Coke Original's been doing well.
Yeah, I'm an
Actually,
Apex.
Coke Zero
Trying to get a bigger
and in
payout.
fact, in the last
I
quarter
have
or
two
so far
though.
this year, Diet
I'll
Coke
have
was
least
growing as
I
well.
need two.
So I think what you're seeing is a broad engagement
Order filled.
by consumers with the Coca-Cola brand in all its different
What the hell?
varieties and
I didn't mark it sell,
expanding the
and I
ways
lost
of
money
joining
instead of
the
being green
franchise if you like,
$20.
and enjoying the Coca-Cola.
Order submitted.
Did the president call you?
Yeah.
As with many companies, we've
Order
been working
filled.
on we've been
Okay, the
working on
limit
options
now.
to use
Order
cane sugar. In fact,
submitted.
we already have well over
Order
10
filled.
brands using cane sugar in different varieties in the
Order
US, whether it be
submitted.
lemonades or teas or ready-to-drink coffees or vitamin water. So this has been something we've been thinking about. And much like anyone else, when they're making investments, engagement with government is a piece of what goes on. And so this is what's come together, and we're very excited to bring it to the market in the fall.
What about artificial ingredients? There's a real push now from this administration, from the HHS Secretary RFK Jr., to have food and beverage companies get rid of artificial ingredients. How prevalent
I'm trying to
are
find
they
a
in your
T13
portfolio,
to get
and are
out.
you moving to reduce that?
Order
or get rid of it?
submitted.
Yeah, there's been some focus on the
Order
artificial
canceled.
colors that have been used across the food and beverage industry. They're a pretty
Order
small piece
submitted.
of our portfolio. We do use them in a couple of products, but our focus in the end is on three things. One, making sure that there's clear gold standard science around all ingredients, and they're backed up and authorized by the FDA. And our intent is to be able to use as wide a portfolio of ingredients as we can, all backed by gold standard science. And then we can use, with transparency, those pieces of the toolbox to provide choice for consumers. And that's what we're focused on.
Yeah, I mean, consumers, there's definitely been some themes in the earnings lately. Protein has been a big one. How much of an impact do you think it's GLP-1, social media, what's happening, and does it jive with what the science is telling you?
Clearly, protein has been a thing, and I think perhaps, from our point of view, most emblematically with that Fairlife milk, which has got no lactose but more protein when you get to the core power options. So clearly been a big growth in protein-based drinks, dairy from our point of view over the last number of years. I think a piece of it is coming out of GLP-1, still anecdotal evidence there on what's happening, but certainly it would seem to indicate a preference for protein drinks. I think there's also kind of multiple other factors going on. People, as they get older, wanting to try and take more protein and seeing those beverages as a way of doing that in a pretty straightforward way. And some people as meal replacement options if they're on a diet. So I think you're seeing protein as a theme across ages.
We need to get over
and for different
200.
reasons. And certainly Fairlife has been a great way.
You only got one account now, Gambit?
Order
James, you
filled.
have a great view on the international consumer.
Order
I just wanted
filled.
to ask you for an update on China and what you're seeing there.
Order submitted.
Yeah, the China business has grown so far this year. I think we
Get it.
definitely continue to see
Order
sort of,
canceled.
a medium level of economic growth. With the theme over the last few years
Order
has been
submitted.
the unwinding of some of the real estate pressure in the market that has put pressure on savings and consumers' willingness to spend, and also putting pressure on inflation, or
PPT.
sometimes tipping down towards deflation on some categories. So there's clearly some pressure there, but we've been very much focused on what we can do with our business there.
Order canceled.
We've taken some decisions to move out of some low profitability SKUs.
Order
Very much
submitted.
I wonder how Van is
on the
doing.
flavor brands there, Sprite and
He
Fanta,
likes so
and
long
some other
too.
countries, and that's allowing us to get back to growth along with our
Yeah, maybe he did good with
executing
TPT.
in the marketplace. So there's still great opportunity for us to continue to grow, even in an environment that's slightly more constrained.
James, certainly appreciate all the color on what you're
Yeah,
seeing.
I'm gonna ask TPT for like 25, or not 25, 23, 25K eval, so we can do a nice little TPT tournament or challenge. If they say yes. If not, we'll do 50K. We'll see. I think 25K is better for people. Easy to get payout on TPT.
We reached out to Kohl's about the move and they declined to comment. We'll be right back.
Last year, we helped small business owners farm 3 quarters. This year, we're waking them up. It's good to finally meet the world's first AI alarm clock, Craig AI, or as I like to call him, Craig.
I blow my TPT, I'm gonna buy another
It's
one.
not magic, just AT&T Business's fast, reliable internet.
Yeah. How close is long? Because the sales end, for sure the sales end in a month. Because trade day ends in a month. I haven't touched my trade day yet. I need to touch it so I can beat his son. That kid just log off after making the money. Just log off like a little punk.
University of Maryland Global Campus. Order canceled.
Little coward. I will keep trading.
That's why UMGC
Order filled.
90 credits
Submitted.
He did good.
why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have
Damn,
online
you should take the $200, man.
need from your first day to graduation day and beyond.
Here's my trade day right here.
Application fee. If you apply
Still in
by
it.
September 3rd at umgc.edu.
Order canceled.
Alright, so I'm up 160 now in the Apex. Keep trying because it has a good range. Tomorrow's payday.
Your security so fast. The agents of your travel itineraries are so well written. They're on the bestseller list. Access to labs which exist. That's why you brand with National, where you can skip the counter.
Order
Choose
submitted.
a vehicle on Rhode Island, because travel is the competition. Except that it is.
Are you on the Trade A Pro yet or no? I don't think anybody's on it, right? Those are eval, right? Okay.
So let them talk.
Sketch basketball.
Order filled.
CNBC.
Media.
Order submitted.
On where
Order canceled.
all media has a job to be done. I feel like I'm in the center of the universe after watching hundreds of hours of this show.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back. S&P and NASDAQ record highs. Treasury yields dipping just a bit this morning ahead of next
I think
week's
the pump
Fed
is
decision.
gone.
Our next guest is in charge of corporate
I
credit.
haven't got. I need over 200. I need 202 to get out.
Goldman Sachs investment grade credit to talk about markets and a lot more. Great. Thanks
Oh
for
shit, they
being
know I'm
here.
down
Good to
almost
see you.
1,000 on my fast track.
Talking about how powerful the quarter was. And we can sort of see what's happening with capital markets activity. How does it feel right now?
Feels very good. As I look across all of our capital markets franchises, we're seeing bursts of
Yeah, it looks
activity.
like it's going back down. What fuck?
Investment grade, it's been consistent all year. We're running at or near record highs, both in the US market as well as in the Euro market as well. The Euro market continues to have a higher share of global financing than it's had historically. So we're seeing a diversion of capital market
Later, buddy.
flows there. Very exciting, especially as US corporates look to
Aye.
finance in lower yielding markets around the world. Highly active, and the outlook remains very robust. Leverage finance also very robust. A lot of activity going on.
You're not supposed to trade after hour, dude. What were you doing last night? You never trade after hours for like 2 weeks.
As well. So as we look across the full breadth of our capital markets franchise, I think with a lot of the policy mix now.
So you only got one left, right?
The administration, obviously some still things to iron out. But we're
It lasted for a long time. What, 2 weeks?
resistance is continued robust activity overall.
Oh, dang, that's good.
Potential issuers counting on Fed cuts this year?
So I don't think the answer to that question is yes. I think that there's more or less alignment with how markets are pricing in maybe a kind of 26. I think there's a little bit of consternation in the issuer community that we continue to have elevated term yields in the treasury market. We still have a decent chunk of term premium embedded in treasury yields, around 80 to 85 basis points as it stands right now in 10-year US treasury yields. And that's, I kind of view it, and I've said this on the show before, it's a real tax.
Oh, I need to
And
click on
that
Lucid.
term premium is a tax on mortgage rates.
Can't wait to
It's a real
Lucid get a
tax
different
on
platform.
corporate borrowing rates. I think it's been
Government debt costs too.
and government debt cost, obviously, and it's impacted by the supply of government debt. It's also impacted by the noise around potential removal of the Fed chair as well. So those things, I think, really driving, I think, some of the chatter around the corporate circles.
Do you think the question about the Fed chair is showing up?
It's get along anymore.
I
3?
think that we saw the market really showed its hand in terms of where it moved for 45 minutes when everyone thought that the firing was imminent. We saw the shift in the yield curve. But we've seen a consistent rise in term premium back towards the highs that we saw at the very, very beginning of the year. I would argue that a good 20 to 25 basis points of that term premium is embedded from the noise around the potential change in Fed chair. And probably prognostications that as we see future FOMC meetings unveiled, we're going to see more dissents than we have done typically. And I'm not sure that the market is in love with that as a concept.
So is that it? Are we just going to see riskier debt, U.S. debt for the foreseeable future?
I think the path that leads to resistance in treasuries is towards a steeper curve again. And so even though I think the balance of supply in the treasury market is still going to be much more concentrated in the bills market, which, by the way, is easier in a high yield environment than if we get another 50, 100 basis points of cuts from here, then I'd start to be kind of a little bit focused on the things that we've talked about in term treasury markets with respect to tails, bid to cover ratios, start to look at what are there any kind of things going on in funding markets, in T-bill markets, and so on, that should give us pause for concern. I think that's more of a focus for 26 when we're 50, 100 basis points lower in yield. But no, I expect treasury financing to continue to be fairly concentrated in short duration markets.
But Diane, do you think the bond market then is already reflecting the expectation?
They go for payout now on your PPT or no?
Replacement will not be as independent.
Oh, sorry, Gambit. Sorry.
Has been the case certainly.
I would say markets are pricing in a higher probability of there being a smaller degree of consensus among FOMC voting members. We've seen dissent under the Powell stewardship of the Fed 1.4% of the time. We saw that around about 11% of the time in the Volcker era. I'm not saying that we're going to go back
one more day.
to that type of level of dissent, but I actually think dissents are going to become the new norm.
I can't get a payout on Tradeify.
I think that we've become so conditioned to having this
3 times, $200 or less, and boom, I blew it.
with a very, very high level of expectation of exactly what they're going to do, and a very kind of close circle.
Should I ask my funded future for those freebies?
Putting some dissent around that, I think
They haven't replied back yet.
incremental level of uncertainty, and with uncertainty comes volatility, and with volatility comes incremental risk premium.
Was the
Oh,
Volcker era the highest?
no, my other pro, I'm down 400. I need 261 for that pro.
It's an interesting thing.
Yeah, that's a long one, so yeah.
Time where there's a lot of debate about how high rates had to go to potentially
Going up,
shut off
baby.
inflation.
I mean, we get dissents pretty regularly in Europe, right? That's not a big deal in Europe.
Ship is doing
Split
good.
vote.
It's not. I would agree. So ECB, we do tend to see kind of more dissenting voices around this overall, but that's now become wired into the market norm. I don't think it's as yet become wired into the market norm in the US. I would argue that vol is probably priced too low for what this might look like as we roll things forward for the remainder of this year and into next.
Finally, does it feel like we dodged a bullet out of Japan, or the markets, that is? Ex-election, post-election?
I think so. You kind of look at how markets have reacted over the course of the last 48 hours or so. It kind of feels as though business as usual. Certainly as we kind of think about level of equity market activity, ongoing capital markets activity, I continue to kind of feel in most of my conversations with like major corporate issuers, we have a very good financing window. We're in the bottom 1% of credit spreads over the course of the last 2 decades. It's a pretty attractive environment overall, and if you subscribe to the view that volatility and risk...
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the My Funded Futures, the core. Is it cool? No, let's do the scale giveaway later today. In about 30 minutes. 25.
Regional Fed Bank presidents used to vote at every meeting. There were more votes, but still that
What period? When was he chair?
60s, early 70s. It was a period of actually contentious inflation.
Yeah, make sure to give me that giveaway. Oh, let's see. Yeah. Change the picture.
Good to see you. Thanks, Anthony. Great to see you. Thank you. Let's get a CNBC News update. Bertha Coombs has that for us. Bertha.
David, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says he reached out to the legal team of Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell asking for a meeting. A jury convicted Maxwell on federal sex trafficking charges in 2021 in her trial over accusations that she groomed girls for Epstein's abuse. She's currently serving a 20-year prison sentence. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky once again offered to meet directly with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin today to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine. Negotiating teams from the two countries are due to meet tomorrow with Turkey. It came after Russia pounded Ukraine for another night of attacks. Officials say a child was killed. And the State Department announced today that the U.S. will once again pull out of UNESCO, the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Agency. The Trump administration says UNESCO's goals are, quote, at odds with our America First foreign policy. This is the third time the U.S. has
Order
filled
UNESCO.
Ooh,
the pump. Hell yeah.
A Trump administration.
Let's go. I got out a couple more.
Thank you, Bertha. Still ahead, we'll have the latest reporting on rails. We'll talk about whether or not
Order canceled.
Let's try to find. I need to get out at 2:13.
Order submitted.
Company's brand new partnership
Let's go.
with Coinbase. That's an interview that will take place just a little later. It's walk on the street. Don't go anywhere. See the faces of the people.
Seems to be the problem, sir.
The belly, sir. For weeks.
Cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back.
With one investment, order.
Oh my god, I got out. Woo. Let's go. Get the fuck out of here.
Order filled.
Hell yeah. I'm safe. Most of my counts are gone now. I'm good. I need 260 for this fucking TPT Pro.
We stop and refined by human expertise, Chart AI gets smarter so your business stays safer, so you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Out here, you'll find a community of hardworking creators with loyal followers, along with proud moments worth sharing. And farm to table, well, that's just something. And whether it's a raised garden bed, acres of land, or something for your animals, we've got all the supplies.
You should. I mean, I like the 150k eval, but I can't pass it, dude. I can't pass those big eval without just, you know, gambling it.
See that? Your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Your team of 5 grew to an army of 5.
Yeah.
And that's your logo right there.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Shit, let me get out before I start posting shit.
Advisory, insurance, and more. See this? Insight.
And as creators, so much of our collaboration is digital, and I need the best.
Come on, baby.
And so for Spectrum,
Yeah, I feel like too long. I'm trying to get out my lawn. I got 3 more bags I'm holding.
Kids in college, kids in high school, the kids are on their phone streaming while gaming. What screen are you paying attention to?
Yeah, that's what I don't. Like something I don't understand is boss. Like it dropped 150 points, 200 points actually, and it didn't even go long. I mean, go short. This stupid song will get me copyright strike. Are you gonna get another eval? Don't touch. You have payout right now, right? On your 150, don't touch anymore. Don't be greedy. Let's get an eval and trade that and try to pass that instead. You don't want to mess up your payout. That's what happened. You did yesterday, right? Because you were at payout and you kept going.
Look at shares of CSX up some 1.
Yeah, and then you end up blowing. So there's no point. Don't touch the 150 anymore.
Essentially, Burlington Northern, owned by Shear, hiring bankers. Again, this is all sort of part of a story I first mentioned a couple of weeks back, namely this idea of transcontinental consolidation. UNP getting active with their sights on Pierce Norfolk Southern, and then the question of whether Burlington Northern would similarly want to move.
Gets another big dip.
CSX, hence that stock up. You can see all the names. And by the way, they've all performed extremely well over the last, let's call it, few months. As this chatter has built, as I reported again a couple of weeks back, a lot of talk around it, and the efficiencies conceivably would come from these kinds of deals in terms of interchanges, network efficiency, dealing with congested hubs right now that would obviously not be as congested. Question always becomes regulatory. There had been a belief, certainly after the Canadian Pacific deal, the Kansas City Southern, some time back, how long that took, that would be the last deal that would be allowed. But under the Trump administration, there's a belief with the reindustrialization and just the simple idea of more efficiency, having these two competitors transcontinentally so would be beneficial perhaps to the U.S. economy overall. And there certainly is some momentum behind this, but again, we'll have to see. And as so many decisions in this administration do end up at the desk of the president, things you might not always expect would, this certainly would seem to be one of them. And again, we've yet to hear, I've yet to fully be able to establish there are actual talks going on. As you mentioned, Vicky Quick, reporting earlier on Squawk Box.
Damn it, I couldn't get out. I need. So I need 260, 261, 265. All those will take profit. That sucks so bad.
Stocks already reflect that, and we'll see whether we actually do get talks going on that would result in deals that would again take quite some time to review and also be, of course, key in terms of what that review ended up being.
What is the precedent? Because there's been consolidation in this industry, hasn't there?
There has. I mean, it's got to be public benefit, essentially, is what it comes down to. That's the STB. Sort of, will it benefit, or are you going to be facing higher rates to some extent because you've eliminated competitors conceivably? That has got to be one of the keys that would be applied to any potential deal. And again, I think there had been this general thought that after that last deal, that was the final sort of move.
Canadian Pacific bought Kansas City Southern.
We've had a lot of consolidation prior to that, but that seemed to be, but perhaps no longer. And Jim Bennett, UNP, is known to be quite aggressive.
So let's see where it goes.
Exactly.
Okay, coming up, CEO of PNC Bank joins us following breaking news that they're running a new partnership with Coinbase. Plus, we're hearing from customers about the economy.
That's what I was doing. Because it dropped like 100 points, remember? That's why I went long at I think I went long at 260 because it was at 360. Oh no, I messed up on that one though. The second one I went long, it dropped another 100.
Gene therapy treatments.
Yeah, but usually I wait for like 100 points and I try to play the reversal.
You took an idea on a napkin, built a successful business.
Yeah.
But at U.S. Bank, we remember what went into getting here. The hard work, self-doubt, tough decisions. From all those extra hours.
227 to get out of this tick-tick.
Because there's nothing as powerful as the power.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. Your comments know which way is up.
We're teaming up with Samsung to give you unlimited premium wireless and the new Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI for $30 a month. Your friends will be green with envy, and those little green bubbles, not an issue anymore. It actually is easy being green. The frog is a liar.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Never miss a moment.
Retailers are trying really hard not to pass through these additional costs right now, and we may not even see a lot of it in the coming quarter, but there will come a point where they can't do that anymore.
I expect a pretty robust M&A environment in the second half of the year.
I do believe if you are lower rich, there's going to be one more leg to this prosperity. Housing starts to go through the roof.
Berkshire Hathaway stock has been trailing the S&P 500 since Warren Buffett announced his plans to hand over the reins. But one expert says whether the Oracle of Omaha is at the helm or not, it's a stock worth having in your portfolio. To hear his reasons why, tune in for our Market Navigator segment today on Power Lunch at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Not all multimillionaires build their wealth the same way. You have the fearless investor.
No, they'll come back this weekend. I'm about to cut this and take a $60 L. I need 229. It won't hit.
Thanks to our award-winning picks,
Yeah, too late now. Gotta get out.
Multimillionaires trust Schwab with $3 trillion of their wealth.
Clem's not a morning person or a people person, but he is an I can solve this in 4 different ways person. You need Clem. Clem needs benefits. Work with principals so we can help you with a plan that's right for Clem. Let our expertise round out yours.
We stand at the forefront of building materials.
Today, Amrice becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America with our advanced brand solutions from foundation to rooftop.
Drop all along.
A strategic partnership with Coinbase.
I don't know why it dropped that much. It was just weird.
Institutional investors providing some banking services for Coinbase. Our Leslie Pickard brought us that news earlier this morning and joins us now.
I just took the L. I took a $100 L, so I'm still up $50. I was down like 1,000.
Good morning, Carl, and thank you, Bill Demchuk, for joining us today.
Yeah.
On the heels of this news.
Oh no, this tick check, I need to hit 2,000 to get another payout. I already got the payout. I just needed another 2,000. I wanted to dump, so I'm gonna be long now.
Stable coin? Is this a deposit token?
Of course, when I got out, it goes up. Oh.
People save, spend, borrow, move money.
Man, look at that shit. Just give me 260. I'll get out my take profit. I'm back holding that. Dude, I only had 3 MNQ and almost blew that. That's how big the drop was. Yeah.
Corporate clients on international.
Order submitted.
But it's our job to empower them. We don't want to lose that.
It's nasty.
Payment flow. So,
I've got out though, so the only thing I'm back holding now is those 3 take profit, 2 eval, and 1 pro.
Surrounding this space, or
I did glue my funded futures. Yeah, that's the one I'm down. I was down $3 grand. I was like 600 from blowing. Now I'm just down 1,000.
Digital payments.
But mine's eval though. If it's a pro, I'll be crying, dude. The pro's hard to get.
Treasury management services for them. So we're doing 2 things at once. But we looked at this a bunch of years ago.
Ouch.
And then we kind of had the crypto winter, and we had prohibitions from regulators to, even spell crypto. And everything went on hold. And, now we've got the Genius Act through.
Yeah, you low at 50. You had to start over from scratch. You know what I mean?
Restrictions on our ability to
to work with crypto, so off we go.
So do you think this is something that's going to be done unilaterally? PNC has their own.
I mean, that big dip was massive.
Thing that
I couldn't cut it. By the time I was about to cut it, I'm down like a lot. There's no point. At least that 119 didn't go. Like, that's a good spot too long.
So we're not making a decision. We're not going to produce a stable coin per se, certainly not in our own name. But we'll be a wallet, a provider for any coin that any of our clients want to use.
It's also
I'm gonna wait till we go under 200 long. But you see the oscillator is actually really good. it's 3 minutes still on the upside, so we might go back up. But the 15 minutes still has downside. So I don't want to touch anything. You want to go light?
Strategically, as you seek to position PNC.
Okay,
well, first of all,
I'll do two. I'm just working my tick, get my money back. My take profit is just pretty much dead. No way I'll get 260 again.
Order
Yeah,
fill.
I'm
Most
long.
of today's conversation is around capital requirements.
I'm gonna be quick in and out.
Discussions on leverage ratio. That was the first panel. They'll get into Basel III and some other things. Personally, I'm most interested in the actual process of supervision.
I got out.
There's
Took
a
my little
lot of
profit
form
quick.
over substance in the supervisory work sets, leading to Silicon Valley and First Republic, where we had all the capital rules. We just didn't have supervisors who were focused on the real risks. And so I'm hoping we make progress on that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Sometimes you just get your eval and just trade out. In case you don't blow, you still gotta pay out.
Order submitted.
What do you mean, a TPT?
Yes, there is a bill of favor. It's funny speaking.
Oh, okay, you did the 1500.
Republic takes me back a couple of years. I mean, if we had you then.
Oh, you got the 25? Oh, you got the credit, right? I'm saving my credit for the 50.
Just to get an update, obviously it is nowhere near the concern it once was. But where are we on that?
Yeah, I'm saving my points for
in
the
terms of
50.
maturities and extensions and ultimately sales at reduced
I should be able to
prices
get.
in terms of resetting values there and the reserves that you have on hand.
Long at
Just give us an
96
update.
if it hits.
So from 2 years ago to today, we've probably seen our reserve ratio go from, I don't know what it was back then, 5 or 6% to 13% of our outstanding real estate loans today. Importantly, the thing that has changed is there is much more price certainty, albeit at low prices. So we've gone through a period where there's kind of a market developing for these properties that are distressed, which gives us a lot of comfort.
What is this? Stock bot?
How we
Short
set our reserves
QQQ.
and our ability to work through our book.
So is the crisis averted, so to speak, at this point, fully?
Well, that's the stock though. I don't
Concern in
I don't believe in
way?
that one.
You know, again,
I don't think the stock bot's that
the
good.
group of buildings that are ultimately need to do something in terms of conversion or having new capital come
Yeah.
in that can actually revitalize them, is that there?
At this point, I feel comfortable saying that the banking system is well reserved and well capitalized against this. Now, that doesn't mean that the offices are coming back. It simply means that in the process of working on loans and selling them, the banks will be rid of them. What happens to them? Without question, we have millions and millions and millions of excess square footage in office buildings, and that's going to need to be solved.
Well, we really appreciate you being here, Bill. Thank you so much, PNC CEO Bill Demchak. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Okay, Leslie, thank you. Leslie Picker and Bill Demchak of PNC. Still ahead, an inside look at how the spirits industry is dealing with the impact of tariffs. The CEO of Suntory, owner of brands like Jim Beam and Maker's Mark, will join us here at Post 9. And then after the break, chipmaker MXPI pulling back on earnings, and there could be some signals for the rest of the chip space. We'll tell you what investors need to know next.
What are you doing up there? Well, I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
Got another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up. Oh, 17,891.
Just hand me some commas and zeros.
+7.
What?
Well, that's sweet. 25,000 more.
place to find a place.
This moment, story time is there. It means everything. Order filled at every complex care journey simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Agredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students through custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need, so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates, so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Senior Open, the biggest names in the sport, breathing Senior Major Championship is here. Experience and Senior Open, NBC and 3.
It's back to school at Target.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get 260 anytime.
Under pressure this morning is on the back of results. Christina President has a look at the numbers and a read-through, of course, for the rest of the companies it competes with as well. Christina.
Yeah, you mentioned NXP. The stock is around 1.2% despite beat on earnings, revenue guidance.
I had a long at 96. I took profit early. It's okay.
Seeing stronger signals of a recovery compared to 90 days ago, particularly in automotive, which could be why the stock is a little bit higher than the big drop of 5% we saw yesterday after the bell. But overall, you can see with the negative reaction, the street just
Crazy, the bot then went short. It just stayed long, and the long might play out too.
It's traded down for 4 quarters in a row. Bears are really just still focused on lack of upside momentum and gross margins that have been stuck in the high 50 range or 50% range for years. Meanwhile, Wedbush says auto visibility remains limited, which could
Oh shit, nice
upside.
pump.
Management did say on the call this morning that inventory adjustments are nearing an end. Investors seem to just want more proof of a broader industrial or auto rebound. Right now, that's not what they're getting. And you can see the negative reaction on NLR,
And it
ADI,
dropped back down.
and Texas Instruments. And they're up next this afternoon. Their earnings are going to be on the question of whether NXP's numbers are really just an isolated case, given how exposed NXP is to auto. About 50% of its revenues come specifically from auto sales, which we know have been soft over the last little while. So it may be less of a warning for the rest of analog, including Texas Instruments, which is why you're not seeing as much of a negative reaction, guys.
Just looking at a chart of NXP versus TXN year to date. Interesting split as we sort of slice and dice the analog universe. KB, thank you.
You got your 25 points, Gambit?
Philip Morris getting smoked on earnings, shares falling after quarterly revenue does miss estimates. CEO's going to join.
No way you don't have it.
Just a few moments.
I got all this Life Under Future stuff to give out.
When logic bends, when certainty is shattered, left is right and right is left. Which way do you turn? Go beyond the
You
headlines
got just chat.
and
You'll get
trust
it.
a global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing, and I mean zero zilch nada, for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half.
I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer
I
this
just
special
exit
financing.
out and take a lot L.
anyone in this
I'm
will
down
get
only
in.
200.
And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose
My
to
60
finance?
Pro.
It just makes sense. But hold on. Why choose renewal by Anderson?
261 is I
Well,
might.
we use an exclusive window frame material. It's called
I'll
fiber.
take that. I got it. I was up $100, so after this L, I'm down 96. But I'll hold on to my eval.
Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and
I'll try to
warm
get it
weather
back.
brings bugs.
Now I hope we lose 200 so I can be
Creative
gone.
bugs, not on our watch. Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're
Yeah.
not going to
Just
stick
glad I didn't
unless
blow it. I was so close to blowing it.
your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money
Let
down,
me
no monthly
start this
payments, and no
giveaway.
interest until January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how
Yeah,
about this?
we did.
Anderson products will
And then when we got in,
your
that's
home's
when it started
value by
moving like crazy.
15%. It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15. That number could pay for your new windows. Now that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Book a free window and door inspection with us, and make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing. 1-800-918-0808.
Let's go.
There's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chick or a farm full, we got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Okay, it started.
Tractor Supply, engine life
Get your tickets in.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event. Real-world insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla live from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, shares of Philip Morris International under pressure, on track for their worst day in fact since March of 2020. Despite topping quarterly expectations, the tobacco company also boosting its 2025 projections. So we're going to discuss with the CEO about the move in just a few minutes.
Plus, with SoftBank's massive Stargate data center project seemingly stalled, could Oracle prove to be OpenAI's safety net? The company is significantly expanding U.S. data center capacity. We'll explore what opportunities might lie ahead for investors.
And what is the tariff impact on global spirit sales? We're joined by the CEO of Jim Beam, owner Suntory Holdings,
What up?
to discuss his outlook for the industry as well as expectations from ongoing U.S.-Japan trade talks.
I almost died, but mostly I'm out now. I need 260 to get out of everything.
December of last year, but for the time being, you can see the yield backdrop pretty friendly, 434, and the VIX
I'm what?
of 17 once again.
No, I don't copy trade. Never. Not anymore. Save money. Yeah, he blew a lot of his account.
Well, Sarah, they gave a better indication in terms of the cost impact of the tariffs in the second quarter. Look, they beat on the top of the bottom line, but it's the metrics of the quarter. This really shows the impact of the tariffs. And as you look at these numbers, it's pretty clear that General Motors, it had to eat a lot of the cost.
Even with this pump,
Total profit down 31.6%. North America profit. Remember, North America is the profit driver for GM.
That's the one you've been taking daily payouts on?
you need 25 points, so he might not have enough time to get it today.
Here is the GM CFO, Paul Jacobson, outlining the dollars and cents impact of the tariffs.
Tariffs are obviously a big story for us, as we've seen throughout the quarter. They impacted our quarter by about $1 billion, $1.1 billion, in line with our expectations that we laid out earlier in the quarter when we talked about a $4 to $5 billion impact for the year. So we're in a bit of an adjustment phase right now.
By the way, General Motors is expecting the tariff impact. They thought the greatest impact would be in Q2. They now believe that will likely be the case in Q3. They have been adding production where possible here in the U.S. Bigger production shifts are going to be coming over the next 18 months. And look, they've done some moves here, and they've made some changes in the business that have positioned them to deal with this as good as possible, as well as possible. Look, the transaction price on the average vehicle sold in the second quarter was more than $51,000. Their
It is,
incentives are not
damn.
rising as much as some of their competitors, and yet when you take a look at shares of General Motors, keep in mind the bottom line is this: trying to get some handle for investors in terms of where they see tariffs playing out in the second half of this year. With regard to the rest of the year and their guidance, GM profit guide remains the same, $10 to $12 billion. EPS guidance, $8.25 to $10. Free cash flow guidance, none of that has changed. But the bottom line is this, guys: the cost impact is substantial. And the question becomes, as GM and other automakers try to take some steps to mitigate that impact, how long before they have some certainty here? And that really was the overriding question from analyst to CEO Mary Barra during the conference call today.
Meantime, Phil, any read-through on this to Tesla, especially given some of the cautionary warnings we've gotten the last couple of days about their exposure to things like batteries?
Most of
I
them,
think we're
yeah.
going to see a lot of questions for all of the automakers, including Tesla, when it reports after the bell tomorrow with regard to the impact of tariffs. That is definitely going to be front and center. But with regard to Tesla, I think there are a couple of questions that are out there. One, obviously, robotaxi. Elon Musk will be on the call. No doubt he'll talk about how optimistic he is about the future. But are there any definitive benchmarks that he can share with analysts that will make people say, okay, we understand where it is since it just started in the end of the quarter and what's expected this quarter and the rest of this year? And then the other question becomes, has demand, if you will, or deliveries, have they stabilized? Because there have been a couple of reports out of Europe that the big declines that we saw in the first half of this year, the year-over-year declines, that maybe that has stabilized a little bit, and in China as well. Those are the two questions that
It's already started. It ends in 34 minutes.
All right, Phil, we know it's a busy week for you watching autos.
34 minutes.
From autos to defense, let's stick with earnings and look at the defense sector. Morgan Brennan is following those moves.
Yeah.
Good morning, Carl. Yeah, so big moves in defense today. And before I break down the results specifically, here's the big takeaway. Growing defense budgets globally, spurring orders both here and abroad for these prime contractors. And that's even as Pentagon priorities shift thanks to drone warfare and other lower cost technologies coming to the battlefield. So let's start with Northrop Grumman. Stock's up 9% right now, new all-time high. That's on a beat and raise thanks to a boost from the Sentinel ballistic missile and B-21 bomber programs. I think nuclear modernization continues to be a key focus. RTX, lower right now. That's on trimmed full-year profit guidance. They're factoring in tariff impacts, but demand is staying strong. That's both for commercial aero and for defense. It's a similar message from Lockheed Martin as well, even as it reports a pre-tax loss of $1.6 billion tied to a review of some legacy programs that dinged Q2 profit and the 2025 EPS forecast. Lockheed CFO Evan Scott telling me he doesn't expect more charges for now, saying, quote, it's not without risk. However, we think we're very well positioned on that and have similar, very close, rigorous processes for the rest of the
second
portfolio.
long.
Now, Lockheed is seeing robust demand for its F-35 fighter jet globally and for its PAC-3 missiles that are used in the Patriot missile
Are you
defense
done?
system. We've seen both of those in action in the Middle East in recent weeks. But going back to this weapon shift,
How much do you make
or weapons
on your payout?
that I mentioned before, Scott also said that Lockheed is looking to
That's
bring
good.
tech companies and startups into
Even though you blew
the
two,
supply
but
chain
that's still
and
good.
strike more partnerships as well. Lastly, guys, the other thing to watch amid all of this,
Yeah, he
especially
did.
as we get more earnings this week, how quickly these manufacturers can ramp output. As Lockheed Scott noted, the recently passed budget and tax bill will incentivize more
How do you do?
and domestic production. Lockheed's investing more, so are the others. This was also a big key topic on the RTX call that just wrapped a little while ago. Sarah?
Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Nice.
I guess a good problem to have. Thank you, Morgan. Morgan Brennan. The S&P and NASDAQ retreating a bit, but still awfully close to record highs. They closed in record territory yesterday. Joining us here post 9 is Alexander Wilson.
I don't know why you keep buying those. They don't have sales. It's always like full price, you know? I don't know. It's like, go somewhere else.
Tactically bearish, but
Oh.
actually bullish.
Tick Trader has Project X. Yeah, and you can get the straight to funded for what, $176 or $196. So you don't have to mess with eval.
One is when you look
Cheaper
at fund
than
manager
Top Step.
surveys,
employees are risk appetite and sentiment. Things have shot up to record highs in 3 months. So really quickly, tactically, people.
Well, no, Bonot's too expensive because the funded costs 145. Yeah. So it's not any better than Top Step.
So for last month, we see about $50 billion of buying from retail. It's about 40% of the market.
Well, you could have done Trade Day. Trade Day's just $59 all in. Those are cheap, and it's still there for the next. What is it? The next 2 more weeks before the end of the month. You should grab 1 or 2 before the end of the month. That's what I'm gonna do. I have 3 right now. But I'm gonna grab 2 more before the month's end.
I think he's looking at 90K as maybe a new benchmark in the months to come. That there would be less freedom for retail to sort of play in stocks.
Whoa!
Yeah, there's a very high correlation between the labor market and
holy
the
shit!
to want to be
He's down 200,000.
So we think that there's some vulnerability there.
Yeah, it's real cash.
Bullish, like longer term.
And he closed it out too. I knew he was long because he always long. And that flush was brutal.
Or seeing the one big beautiful bill impact start to come to fruition. We see a lot of reasons for high velocity capital to come.
I thought he would hold on to it because it'll come back. It came back like 200 points. Yeah. I guess that 200,000 is a lot. That's true.
Capital expenditures from companies. They're spending on what? Plants and equipment, on research and development. You see that going further? Is that the kind of growth you're looking at?
Yeah, exactly. And in our minds, the level of stimulus and support will allow corporates to continue to invest in longer term structural themes. And so it's one of the many reasons that we're confident about staying in equities. In our portfolios, we're positioning ourselves so that we're overweight equities and reducing our credit exposure to keep that upside convexity to the market, but also reduce some of the risks that we'll ultimately see as tariffs start to roll through the data, as the 90 days have come to fruition.
Right. Yeah, the CapEx picture is confusing. We got Richmond Fed today, 6-month CapEx outlook, lowest since February of 2009, which doesn't sound like an environment that we are watching with our own eyes.
Yeah. And it goes back to some of the things that
I can if it's something big like 150K straight to funded, but I don't think any firms want to give me that. Yeah. Maybe I'll lie to them next time since my birthday. Give me 150K giveaway. Yeah. But for now, the highest I ever got was 50K.
So lower volatility in the market, despite there being no big changes.
Oh, is he spamming?
To the original tariff rate of the second, but there's more information and people can operate.
We got 28 minutes left.
Are you alert to the possibility that changes, that more uncertainties reintroduced if we move past August 1st, or if we have to extend China from August 12th, anything like that?
I mean, it's always a possibility, but
I did not reset the Pro, dude.
Some of the risk premium, I would say it's more in the rates curve and in the dollar than anywhere else, and that's one of the reasons why we're a little bit.
Yeah, because I know some people reset. We haven't heard from what's his name, Carpets, in a while. You know, yeah, he's been MIA. Hope he's okay. That guy that, I keep calling him Carpets because of my League of Legends, but yeah, he's the one making like a ton of payouts on Top Step and TPT, but it's been gone for a week now.
I mean, these markets have grown tremendously, and they're rivaling the size of the public credit market. So there's plenty of space, especially for retirees, people who are looking for consistent income, to go without taking on the extra level of risk that you would get in equities.
Yeah, he's always there.
So is that part of your call here?
So tariffs are part of the call. You mentioned, Jan's note earlier. We've
about
been
the long
focused
sim.
on
Yeah.
towards 1%.
Working visa.
To 3%. But,
No, he has a working visa to be in the U.S., I think.
This is behind us. We just started seeing some of the impacts coming into inflation, and
Did
I
it?
do think that that will keep the Fed.
I thought he was from the UK, but he told me he's in the
But
US.
ultimately, we do expect them to start cutting in September once they've been able to see a couple of prints of normalcy on the inflation side, and then a lot of the economic data that's starting to decelerate.
People actually do reset, like there's people that make big payouts because they don't want to waste 5 days trading, so they just reset the pro. Yeah, it is dumb because that's a lot of money. So you need like a big payout to make it worth the reset, you know what I mean? And then you... Yeah, don't do that.
Yes, people are expecting us to start cutting in September. All right, well, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in and sharing the views. Thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it. Alexander Wilson Elizondo from Goldman Sachs Asset Management.
When we come back this morning, CEO Philip Morris is with us on the other side of this break. We do have this revenue miss.
I'm about to ask them for 20 freebies for 25K so we can do a TPT tournament next month.
The CEO of Suntory here in Post 9 brands like Jim Beam and Maker's Mark, how the spirits industry is dealing with the impact of tariffs. When Money Movers returns.
Oh yeah. You reset the eval and they didn't give it to you, right? Because sometimes when you reset, it stays pending on Sunday.
We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Buy a new one, and then you fail. That sucks. You do buy a new one. Uncle Bugatti is the code. What are you talking about? On TPT? I always had a code for it. What? I've been advertising it like nonstop. What the? Oh, you on fucking crack? Yeah, where you see it posting the stupid big booty bear. That's it. That one. Yeah. Don't tell me you didn't use the code.
So we can invest back into our community. Walmart. Who knew?
Yeah, even Gambit saying it's annoying for that stupid image.
We got some breaking news from Becky Quick.
The mediation came out at about 5:10 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
Chevron was successful in its mediation.
Think about, should we long?
Saybrook Field in Guyana, a very successful oil find. This is a decision that's pretty big news for the market in the terms that
Well, I'm just gonna wait.
that
Yeah.
past acquisition by Chevron.
I have a long at 194 in case we hit. Come back for power hours. For 194? Yeah. I'm afraid the 3 minute looks like it's gone on the... No, it's still got upside. The 15 minutes still had downsides. I'm scared.
Take a look at the Philip Morris International. This is the worst day in more than 5 years. Lower than expected Q2 revenue. Q3 guidance did weigh on the stock. That's despite reporting an earnings beat and raising the full year profit outlook. This morning in a CNBC exclusive is Philip Morris International.
Me? Yeah, the My Funded Futures eval.
Stock's been one of the great outperformers of the year so far. But people are pointing to this relative weakness in Zen. Does Zen have an issue?
I need $60 tomorrow and I can get a payout on Apex. Hopefully it's uncapped. I can just take 3K out the buffer.
constraints created a massive out of stock at the retail consumer.
I think I'm on the fourth payout. So the trick is on Apex, just take the small payout first. Now take 500, 600, do it 3 times, and then in the fourth one you can take the whole buff rush. Like I take 3,500 out, and after that the next one's uncapped, and I just run it up. Yeah, so you don't have to try to get like 25, like get 2,000 payout, and you might end up blowing. So I'm just taking it small. It's been working. Hopefully they don't change that, but I like it. Hey, that's my coffee. Hold on, I'll be back.
Which accelerates the revenue growth, profitability growth, expectations also growing higher. So these are to somehow come closer to these expectations.
Where does it leave sort of the goalposts for smoking alternatives, say by the end of the decade?
Everything is aligned, and
you're cheating.
Are ready to more and more ready to switch and leave the cigarettes behind. I mean, the biggest constraints which we have is the
it'd be funny if you said no freebies. Sorry.
The sense of cigarettes, but banning alternative. In the US in particular, I just do hope that everything can accelerate its pace of processing of a PMTA, almost to the, I think, a record-breaking speed.
Hey, are you trading something, SK?
Let's negotiate or renegotiate at 12 years. So I think if there is a will, if there is enough of the network, things can really accelerate pretty fast.
Is it a specific change in the Trump administration?
SK in the chat. YouTube.
What I can see that we have a more frequent and a more open and a transparent dialogue with FDA. So there's of course, pretty well on the future. I can't tell when exactly our outstanding PMTAs will be processed, but the truth is that I do see the positively increase the dynamics in the contacts and the conversations with FDA compared to the past period. So I hope it's gonna materialize the dicosiloma, which is long outstanding and is holding also our investment in a manufacturing.
Yeah, I mean, we should have long earlier at 205.
And we have a few more pending PMTAs.
44 tickets on the giveaway. Got 19 minutes left. Oh, dang, that's fun.
Hopefully this year. I mean, the latest beginning of 20.
Dude, I'm so lucky with my TPT Pro. It's still alive. Let me see how long I had it for. I think I had it for 3 months now.
The potential behind Vive. Can you sort of fill viewers in?
Well, I play it up to 3 or 4 is max. I will go. I won't average down more than 4. 67 days. So was that 2 months? Yeah, that's 2 months. If I averaged down like you earlier, I would have blown that so fast.
So, we're trying to enter the markets.
You had what? You had 15 MNQ, right?
Process of bringing the product to the market. The market is legitimate market, so we can
30. Ouch.
So far, the strategy.
That's like 3 NQ, but for 25K, that's too much. 50K. Eh. Oh shit! I didn't know I was long. I came back, damn, I came back and I was long on my tick and I just got out for $30. I was up a lot more. I didn't know 194 hit earlier when I was getting my coffee. Oh. Yeah, I got feeling I just switched tab and I saw I'm up $30 to profit. It was up more earlier, but oh well.
I think it's very important that we do the smoke-free transformations where not only we offer better solutions for smokers, but also we somehow satisfy other stakeholders. And I believe what Philip Morris has so far in the 10 years of transformation demonstrated that we can accelerate the growth.
Yeah, because it's trailing drawdown. It's not end of day. So let's say that you're up 3,000, you took profit of 2,000, you're still negative 1,000, and then you keep trying to lose more, then negative 1,000, then it's blown. Yeah, you can't. It's not end of day, so you can't try to lose money. It's not like Top Step. You can lose money and be fine. So you make a lot, then you just have to suck it up and make more the next day. You can't try to lose it on there.
Which we're posting quarter after
Yeah, I thought I told you.
It's an amazing multi-year.
Yeah, those are intraday. The same thing with trade day. Like the tournament that we're doing on trade day, it's the same thing. That's why it's cheaper because it's not in a day. Yeah, Apex like that. So if you're an Apex trader, it's okay. We're used to it. Like me and Gambit, we're used to it.
Safety net as it looks to build out some of these data centers.
Yeah, that's why. That's your funding? Okay, yeah. Wait, why were you trying to lose if you made 4,000 on eval? You passed. There's no such thing as there's no such. Well, I don't get it. Eval is a 1-day pass. There's no such thing as too much. You can just pass tomorrow. There's no consistency. There's no consistency on eval.
Just to be clear, that's a year and a half.
It's not Top Step.
Monthly payments and no interest until January of 2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again. So get in on this while you can.
Yeah.
And did you know over 60%
Yeah, because you try to lose it and you went under the 2,000 DD. But if you make 4,000, doesn't matter. You pass. You don't need to lose it. It's eval. Eval has no consistency.
It's called Fibrex.
No, that's your Top Step. Top Step, you can only make 1,500 because of the 50% consistency. But Bonock does 0.
Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather.
Yes,
and
it's
warm
passed.
weather brings bugs.
But on the funded, on the funded, it's 40% consistency. So you gotta. That's what you got. Probably got confused on that one.
Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door.
Yeah, heavy firms. You'll get used to it.
Until January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line.
Well, I'm in a lot of firms. You'll get used to it though.
Increase your home's value by 15%. It's true. Get out your phone and plug in your home's value.
Get all the freebies for us.
By 0.15. That number could pay for your new windows. Now that's
okay. Well, what do you want, Gambit? What do you want? You want a pro? You want 100K pro? Alright, I got you. Wait, you don't send me Chipotle, so fuck you. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to Van. He actually sent me $50 for Chipotle twice. When I was at the wedding, when I was at the wedding, he made $2,000 on PPT Pro and he sent me $50. And then just yesterday, he made another $2,000 and he sent me $50 for Chipotle. I'm eating good.
With upgraded and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials.
You gotta be a dick, dude.
For the next generation of AG1.
Stock investors learning to use options could improve.
All the shit I do for you, and I got $2 for chips.
Our new book can show you. I got the book and I read it a weekend. It's just like wow, on measure.
Thank you. Looks like it's gonna go up later. Well, I don't know. 3 minutes at the bear squeeze on my radar.
Because there's nothing else out there like.
Get your free copy today. It's
Cool.
not an option.
Hope it. Well, I need to get out my take profit, but I hope it dumps. I can long.
Do you have a take on where all of media ultimately goes? All media has a job to be done.
Should we do spin the wheel? Yeah, let's do spin the wheel on Discord for the other My Funded Futures giveaway. Let me see which one I have left to give out. Let's do a big one. 100K? Yeah, let's do the 100K. Okay, let me do that one then. Because this one is just a scale. Let's see. Okay. So this one's a scale. We did 100K on Discord. Let me get that out.
Consumer is pretty resilient. The economy
I'll pick the winners Friday or something.
Pressure on the lower income consumers, and they're looking for more value and more affordability options. And
Well,
we're really
get the accounts on Friday. I want people to have time to thumbs up on it.
I saw a couple of good charts a while ago that says actually consumers' view and confidence in their own incomes
is a good predictor of what their real income is going to be going forward. But consumer confidence in the economy, there's been a divergence between the actual economy's performance and the consumer's ability to judge it well. So I think one thing we have to focus on is what's actually happening. And so as we believe that growth will continue into the second half, we're going to lean in and continue to invest and really drive the growth.
Pretty good read there on the consumer. I also asked him how tariffs are impacting the business and what steps the company is taking to manage the changes in trade policy.
The impact of tariffs, if and when they come in on different places at different times, you have to put it all in the big round. You start out any year with a budget, you've made a whole load of assumptions, and they won't all be right. Some will be better, some will be worse.
Okay, so
tariffs is
thumbs up, guys.
cost, but you've got to look at the underlying price of the commodity. That might be down. Forex
This is the big one. This is the expensive one.
And when we put all that together, we have certainly seen so far, as we manage the business in the US, that we haven't needed to do any big adjustments so far this year. And we're pretty confident we can see the year through managing all the puts and takes.
Yeah, I want to give it to all people first before I do Twitter. You know what I mean? Look out for the booty gang. I'm gonna save the cheap one, and I'm gonna tag that Canadian dude, and I'm gonna troll him on Twitter tomorrow. That's for calling my name out, that little fucker.
They've performed in the last few years, which is
Yeah, he deleted all his shit too. Little bitch.
To weaken over the last few quarters.
So, Bio, where you been?
Performance and why, Pepsi got a big shot in the arm on earnings day. Big boost.
Yeah, everybody need that. That trading's been bad lately.
Coca-Cola pretty much echoing that the consumer's been in good shape and stock's flat, I think, because it's done so well.
Mine was bad last month, really bad, but this month's good.
And then just a pure beverage play.
For the longest time, it was all about the see, that's where the growth lies. And the tables have turned in the last few years.
Yeah, really, really fascinating. Good interview with Quincy today, too. Let's get a news update this morning with Bertha Coombs. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Carl. The Federal Appeals Court is allowing the Trump administration to end temporary protective status for more than 11,000 people from Afghanistan and Cameroon while appeals are underway. The program grants relief from deportation for people whose home countries are deemed unsafe. The administration has recently moved to remove the status from tens of thousands of other migrants, including Haitians, Venezuelans, and Hondurans. Microsoft says it knows of 2 Chinese state groups and another China-based group that are exploiting vulnerabilities on its internet-facing SharePoint servers. The tech giant issued an alert on Saturday about active attacks on the servers, which are used by organizations to share documents and collaborate.
Get the cheap ones. The core is only $66, so it's pretty good. It's cheap. Get the cheap one, get payout, use some money to get a better one. Yeah, but just enter the giveaway, and then there's another one on YouTube right now that I'm doing. You want to load up and get your raffle ticket. That one is the 50K. It's like a starter plus. Yeah.
The 4th prize, Sarah. Yeah, I mean, Qatar, some of those Middle Eastern countries, Qatar, Saudi, they're all in on sports. Thank you, Bertha Coombs. Up next, the CEO of Suntory is here at Post 9, owner of brands like Jim Beam and Laser Smart. How the spirits industry is dealing with the impact of all these tariffs?
Well, it's these buyer incentives definitely fueling home sales for Horton and Pulte today.
Yeah.
But is the hit to margins sustainable? Those stocks are some big winners in a decent tape with the Dow up 32.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com.
You won the... Yeah, no, I thought you won the Tradeify one that you took a long time to get your money. Was that you or someone else? Okay.
It's America's premier crypto platform. The future is here.
Yeah, they have a pay cap now.
Integrating these technologies into your supply chain is complicated and expensive, and usually doesn't work. That's where DHL comes in. We've been implementing these technologies since before it was cool, tested and perfected across the world's largest contract logistics network. At DHL, it's people, technology, and analytics working together to take your supply chain to the next level.
It's 100K total, but it's like 25K per account. You get 5 account, you get 100K.
Isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your social.
Are you trading anything right now or no?
You on track for retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation
Sorry,
support.
hold on.
And Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
I'll be back. I gotta check this phone call. I'll be back.
We got you. Disaster threatens to put production weeks behind. All the team prepared to be there in minutes. The scale and expertise to get you back up to speed is ready to go with Zerp.
No, is this the episode with the breakup? Reba, we can't agree on the house. Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find the one today. This could be it. Better put a key ring on it. What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
Over 40 unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
C-O-double-D, what's correct? DJ, I'm really sick, and I can't give up free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day. I got you. Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies. Girl, hooking y'all up with an extra chicken finger in your styrofoam. July 22nd. Chicken Finger Day to all. It's all a good bite. One love. Welcome back.
Hello, I'm back.
We're getting a fresh look at the impact of
Oh, what is your pump?
to pull all those U.S. spirits from store shelves back in March. Brandon Gomez has more with some new data. Morning, Brandon.
Hey, good morning, Carl. Yeah, let's start with the companies hurting most, whiskey makers, like Brown-Forman and Constellation Brands. Now, both those stocks are down over 20% to start the year, and this isn't helping short-term investor
Oh yeah, they had it for months,
New data by
but it's still expensive though.
sales of U.S. spirits in the country fell by more than 66%. That's between March 5th.
Yeah, it is. It's 91% off on the eval, so it's still good, but just the activation fees is a lot.
The shift away from U.S. spirits worked for the country. April data shows
Yeah,
Canadian spirit
145.
sales increased 3.6%.
Yeah.
Other imported spirits rose
Yeah,
roughly the
do
same.
not get anything over
Spirits ended
50K.
up points out
Anything
that
over
gains
50K is a
did not
waste of money.
compensate for the losses from U.S. product removal. Replacement products were lower margin, impacting profitability, and overall, spirit sales in Canada remain down year over year as the category shrinks. Two provinces
Alright, let me-
have put American liquor back on shelves.
So I'm doing one giveaway on
Just in Montreal over the weekend.
YouTube, one in Discord, and I'm gonna do one in Twitter. So let me do the Twitter one now, and we can troll Canadian boy.
Said in March that Canadian provinces taking American liquor off store shelves was, quote,
Well,
worse
let
than
me-
tariffs. As for where
Let me wait for this thing to be done. We got 2 minutes before I pick the YouTube. 2 minutes left.
That August 1st deadline, of course, is still looming. And Canada, though, still has a 25% tariff.
You need
on US
25 points to
spirits
win,
imports
Bio. I don't think you
as
have
the two
25
countries try
points.
to come to some sort of agreement.
Not a great situation there. They're taking it off the shelf. Thank you, Brandon Gomez. For more on this global spirits business and the ongoing trade negotiations between U.S. and Japan specifically, bring in Suntory Holdings Chairman and CEO Taki Nami. Taki is also Chairman of the Japan Association of Corporate Executives and Senior Economic Advisor to the Prime Minister. It's so great to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey Bio, when you want to come back and get ready to trade, hit me up in August. I get a new set of freebies. I'll get you something.
Well, so we have shifted to
Mhm.
seltzer and ready to drink, less alcohol content plus no alcohol drinks to target the Gen Zs and the millennials. So that means less alcohol, even less alcohol people are drinking.
I don't know about that.
People are not drinking hard spirits as much as before. So we are addressing that trend. So we are launching new products, not the bottled whiskey, bottled spirits, but sort of like a soft drinks
Oh
and
shit!
spirits. That
Look
makes
at that pump.
new products.
I need 30 more points to get out. Holy shit! Let's go.
I think so.
Order canceled.
The very premium spirits.
Nah,
there's a lot of
I'm
difference,
still red.
in terms of,
Order submitted.
sales. So
Yeah,
about
it's alright.
10%. They're
Let
doing
me
a
pick
lot.
the winner real
They're
quick.
doing, buying a lot of premium whiskeys.
Just thinking back a couple of years ago, the valuations on some of these private vodka labels was through the roof. It's hard to believe this is a structural change, but you think it is.
Yo, Gavin, you got your tickets in, right?
Like a seltzer and
For the YouTube, the Bugatti thing.
so we leveraging
I thought he did. He had 16 earlier, like 2 hours ago. 25 points is easy. No, you need 25, but it's easy to get 25 after 16.
There's a space which is now replacing the stock of the spirits nowadays. It's growing very fast.
Does this mean more M&A, not just R&D?
I think so. I think even
Alright, let me
that
see.
segment will receive new offers like perhaps soft drink players because they want to grow in the space. It's a mixture.
I'm picking a winner now. Give me 1 second.
So it will be emerging, and that must be Suntory.
LSJN. Got 66 points. Let me see. You got
Because we have division of drinks, and so we are putting them together to launch new products. So it's now called the RTD. It used to be called the seltzer.
Yeah, ready to drink.
Oh, you won. You first time winning on YouTube this month, so you won.
Huge potential.
Congrats, buds. I need your Twitter information.
Because of the
My Funded Futures 50K account.
We paused so much, but we have to set up a kind of
No, that's a YouTube only. He's not in Discord, yeah.
But definitely the things
And then we'll do the Discord one later. Give some people more time to thumbs up because only have 27. We should have like at least 60 thumbing up because that's an expensive one.
On a Japan deal, especially given how the Treasury Secretary, he basically changed his whole itinerary to meet with you personally. Can you talk about what you learned?
Well, I found that the U.S. team is willing to settle the tariff issues ASAP, and they are optimistic because the election is now over.
Yeah, let me DM you on Twitter and get your information, okay?
Talk about maybe candid offer, so such as rice import, perhaps. By the way, Japan imports 500,000 tons of rice. Japan needs to import 770,000 tons because of WTO rule. So we are importing, but we need to import more because we lack the.
You did win last month. You won the Lucid test last month. Good job. Congrats, man.
So definitely the government of Japan can offer. We can import.
I sent you a DM on Twitter. Just message me back. I'll send My Funded Futures your information towards the end of the day. And I'm gonna do a Twitter giveaway too after this.
Safety standards on autos. That was a stumbling block for many years.
So maybe some regulatory easing, more purchase commitments on rice and autos might be a part of it.
Exactly.
So you're optimistic. What do we need to know about the new government? What happened after the election?
I think there is a turmoil in the ruling party, and ruling party leaders are fighting what to do if they want to support the incumbent prime minister or not. It's not the challenge from the opposition parties. So, but I think that the ruling party, LDP, it hasn't addressed the key.
Oh shoot! They just messaged me back. They're trying to get my code set up. So might be buy 3 get 1 reset.
Posture to support all the conventional lobbying groups. So they have to understand that the era has changed from deflation to inflation. So I think the turmoil of the political situation in Japan will continue. But eventually, I think LDP and the other opposition parties will work together toward the policy making.
With the current prime minister?
Yeah, correct. But I think he is in a.
Oh fuck! So if we do get the code, should we do the My Funded Future challenge or no? Or Discord, or you want to do TPT? Fuck.
We load ours none.
I'm
And it's causing a problem for people to
trying to see what should we do? My Funded Futures or TPT? Let's do a vote.
You know that you see
Let me
that.
see how you do this vote.
Whether it's the Philippines or anything else, we're sending
Because My Funded Future is setting me up now.
before. But you know what? People aren't able to buy a house because this guy is a
Yeah, TPT is nice because of the daily payout.
probably doing it for political reasons. The only time I remember him cutting rates, I mean, he cut the rates just before the election to try and help Kamala or whoever he was trying to help. He probably didn't know.
Well, the My Funded Futures only got 3 freebies for the cheapest one, but with TPT I can try to get us 20 freebies for next month so we can do the challenge. I just need to wait next month.
And what does he need the building for? Why does he need space for more people? So they did a big study the other day, and they called all of the great intellects of the great.
3 is not enough for our group because our group, you know, we're not rich, so we need freebies. And the 20 freebies will help a lot of us in the Discord.
69 people got it wrong, and the Fed got it wrong than anybody. And you know, he has these think tanks, and they build buildings for people that think. And it's really not thinking. It's a little bit of combination of thinking, but it's something you sort of have or you don't have. They don't. The job he's done is terrible. You got to raise interest rates. You know, we should be at 1%. We should be leading the world. Instead, we're paying 4%. If you look at what that means, that's over $1 trillion in interest that we have to pay.
350k core, 350k scale, 300k pro. So this is a scale.
Yes, sir. I called yesterday and this morning for the Fed to do a big internal investigation to understand not their monetary policy, but everything else. The Fed has had big mission creep, and that's where a lot of the spending is going. That's why they're building these new or refurbishing these buildings. And I think they got to stay in their lane. And I think that based on the way they cut rates last fall, they should be cutting rates now.
It's inconceivable. I know the Fed very well that they can be spending $2.7 billion to build a building. They don't do anything. It's the greatest job. You show up one day, half a day, you make a little speech. The economy is doing well. The economy is not doing well. We're going to raise it to. And he's got it wrong. That's why I call him too late. TOO, too late. And it's really
Let me
bad.
see.
But it is affecting people that want to buy
Static.
houses, and that should happen. Should lower them. Those rates should be 3 points lower. That's what they should be. 3 points lower, maybe more than that.
Mr. President Marcos, next year, Turkey is going to be the rotating chair of ASEAN. What do you plan between the United States and China? And for President Trump, Kremlin yesterday said if you are going to Beijing in September, they wouldn't rule out a meeting between you and President Putin.
TPT? I don't have, no, there's no TPT giveaway. It's just the My Funded Futures. It's 100k.
President Xi has invited me to China, and we'll probably be doing that in the not too distant future, a little bit out, but
Either do the Take Profit Challenge or the My Funded Future Challenge. So I'm seeing which one we should do. Yeah, either next month, August, or in a week.
Into 2026. There is no need, in a sense, to balance, as you characterize it, to balance our relationship between the United States and China.
And I invited him to the Discord. That guy that won the giveaway.
Essentially concerned with the defense of our territory and the exercise of our sovereign rights. Now,
these are freebies, you hoe.
we do this not alone. We need
I don't invite rich people in here.
And again,
Hope you know that.
has always been the United States. But of course,
Name one.
we are trying to find
Name one people that I invited that's rich. I can't hear you. Your mic is staticky, dude. Oh no, he's a good friend of mine. I've known him for a little bit, and he wanted to come in.
Very clearly to anyone who has
Oh, he's from Alpine though. That's not people that I invite. Those are people that's already been there.
That is how we are guided.
That's it. That's it. Nobody else.
Because we're getting along with China very well. We have a very good relationship. In fact, the magnets, which is a little complex piece of material.
Yeah.
But the magnets are coming out.
Any troublemaker we kick out right away, so it doesn't matter.
We're getting along with China very well, and I don't mind.
Yeah, it's like last Discord. Whew, so much drama.
I think he has to do what's right for his country. I've always said,
Alright, let me post the Twitter giveaway.
It's something that we have to do in any case.
Time to troll the Canadian guy, so be the core.
They're gonna what? Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do.
Oh, Gambit, you want the 150 TPT eval? It's free eval, but not free activation. I'll try to ask them for that next month. You want it?
Smart. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's
No, I didn't say anything.
just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama.
I didn't say anything.
Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up to 2020 of the election, they tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. You know, when we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not.
President Trump in the Oval Office taking.
Oh, Trump's on TV? Later, buddy.
Get a question again about the Federal Reserve and continues
Yeah, hit me up when you come back next month. I got some good shit for you.
lowering interest rates going after Fed Chair Powell, but stopping short of saying he's going to move to fire him. He did bring up the building renovation, criticize.
Try to help everybody as I can.
Criticize what they do. Treasury Secretary Bessent also weighed in on that. Said
No.
interest rates,
He's been doing bad. A lot of people been doing
mission
bad.
on the Fed.
I don't try to give the people that make a lot of payout any freebies because they don't need it.
It's a
Shut up, you don't need it. When you were doing bad, I gave you those freebies. Yeah, it's on sale. Man, stop buying it. You got so many. I'm not even trying it, Mom. I'm gonna load up for FMOC next week, so good luck beating me. I'm gonna give me 10. I'm gonna pass 5. Alright, hold on. Let me finish this post. I gotta troll this little fucker. I don't, but it's a habit. I like hoarding stuff. Yeah. Doing the 50K giveaway for My Funded Futures. The one that's $66. I'm doing a giveaway on there. And I'm gonna make everybody tag that Canadian guy.
From the U.S. in terms of the tariffs. You know, there are so many, delegations.
Yes. Remember what I did to Rips? I'm gonna do the same thing to him. I did 2 reps and he quit replying back to me, trying to talk shit to me. I don't hate reps. I thought he's okay, but then he started changing a lot, but not my problem.
Unless we see the results of the, I would say,
Of course you do.
Yeah.
That'll be in big dispute between the
It was cool back then, though.
US. And definitely Japan is with the United States. So at least the status quo in China.
Well, thank you for taking all the questions, Doc. We appreciate it. Thanks. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, I might get the buy 3 get 1 free on My Funny Futures, okay? So hold up on those. I'm sorry, I'm talking to you too.
Separate deal leaving SoftBank on the sidelines. We'll get through all of them after a short break.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Oh.
I can't even pronounce that. How do you even say that? I want to ask him.
The way you live in it. We help you create that special place. And because we know you're busy, we bring the showroom to you at your convenience and provide a design expert to help you find the perfect solution that fits your style and budget. 3-day blinds. You'll love the treatment. Call or go online right now to schedule your free in-home design
No,
consultation.
he don't like me, dang.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
Gambit doesn't know.
Look, I just pick a time and it handles everything.
Oh, dang, you said it pretty good, Gambit. Say it again.
So, I can just choose from this list.
Yeah, you sound good, Gambit.
Oh wow, another dignified portrait of me.
Yo, Chris, how do you say your screen name? Oh. Somebody's so stupid. Man, we are dumb. We are dumb.
Being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Every morning, even before the markets open, I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day. When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats.
Is it because of League of Legends?
Potential returns.
Keep saying, right, Chris, or no? Kinda. ARAM, no.
For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything.
What a loser.
Public allows me to get
We thought something cool, unique. That's why we asked you to get in. Your son blew up yet? Can you tell your son to hurry up and just trade and either pass or fail? Yeah, the motherfucker's still in. You wake up, get 600 and go to sleep.
0% APR for 60 months. The all-new turbocharged Nissan Murano, the rugged Nissan Pathfinder, and the best Nissan Rogue. Visit Nissan today and drive away in an award-winning SUV.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, or Murano.
But I'll give him another chance. He can take the 200 and just fuck off. Or he wanna keep trading. You ask him one more time when he wakes up. I'll give him one last chance. I'm trying to give him money so I can start the next tournament. Trying to give him free money, but he doesn't want it. Cause no, the 100K trade a eval doesn't mean you're gonna get a payout. You know what I mean? So it's a good chance you can blow that.
Expansion plans without SoftBank set to develop 4.5 gigawatts of capacity.
No. He get the money, no 100K account, only the money. Yeah, just ask him. I'm in 3rd place. Doc got that already. Yeah, Doc got that. 2nd place is 100K. So if you take the $200, I'll get the second place, and I'm gonna give the 100K to someone else. And he can still make payout. You know, what I mean, he can take the $200, take his sweet ass time, and make payout on the eBay he's doing.
Significantly expand the ambitions of Stargate.
He's probably gonna say no. Yeah, I need to finish this tweet and like and retweet.
Anyway, because 500 billion takes a long time to build out. Morgan Stanley notes the situation sounds worse than it is since OpenAI has already rerouted demand to side deals with Oracle, Google Cloud, and CoreWeave, and that shift is only really accelerating. This morning, OpenAI and Oracle announced a major expansion, another, like you mentioned, Carl, 4.5 gigawatts of data center capacity, which, if you have no idea, like myself, what that really means, it means it could power at least 3 million homes. I've even seen the number at 4 million.
Tag two friends and what's his name? Canadian future trader.
White House has pledged to develop 10 gigawatts of AI infrastructure in the U.S. over the next 4 years. So while Oracle shares, they're
Winners,
down a little bit less than 2%
winner.
right now in that Wall Street Journal report, it's more of a
Once I end this one, let's do it Monday the 28th. Yeah.
Raised questions about inflated investment figures and sky-high valuations across the AI space. The key point, though, is this: the AI build is still happening for now.
Yeah. Tag retweet.
Not Stargate is doing the heavy lifting, guys.
I just love to troll people. He started it. I didn't do anything to him. Oh shit, we're dropping. I don't know. I don't even talk to him. That's the thing. I know. Yeah, I know he hates JMU. No, he's a one. He's an influencer himself. All he does is sell affiliates. He doesn't fucking trade. You want to call me out for not trading? Yeah, he don't trade. All he does is just post his code and that's it. On Twitter, on his face, he's a boomer, so he has like a Facebook group. Yeah. But you know, nobody can on Facebook anymore.
Meantime, again, this within a 1% range, up or down now for 19 straight days.
Let me tag Apex in here too, just to troll him too.
On the equity front, the S&P is now down only about 9 points, and we got volatility relatively muted. We'll see what we get tomorrow. Frank Collins in for the judge. Let's get to post 9.
I haven't yet. I'm trying to finish it to make sure I don't miss anything.
Frank Collins in for Scott Lauder, front and center at this hour. Is the rally running on fumes as we gear up for big tech earnings?
Okay. I posted. I'm gonna post it on Discord so people know.
Everything and much more. Turn over the hour. We got Josh Brown, Joe Terranova, Stephanie Lane, and City Wells, Chief Investment Officer Kate Moore. But first, a very quick check of the markets. You can see kind of a mixed picture right now. The Dow just fractionally higher, the S&P fractionally lower.
So I give 3 away today for all the my funded futures, and I'll get some more out next week. Mugo, how you doing, Mugo? You got your mic yet, boy? Hey, Mugo is Big E.
The recovery from the April low. So they've been very strong. They are literally the mobility of the economy. We're going to hear
oh wow, it's dropping
in the coming weeks. Texas Instruments is going to report tomorrow. Texas Instruments near a 52-week high. So they're critically important. If you are bearish, if you're looking for a catalyst for markets to correct, I think a failure for semiconductors
did I mess up typing something?
To really strong earnings, that could be the catalyst where you get a mild correction. But I've said over and over again, we're talking about the macro. I think it's a pause ultimately that refreshes. I fully expect that when we're talking about the semiconductor industry, the capex and
I have a long at 194.
It's going to be strong, and those companies have to feel a lot better than they did on April
194.
Stephanie, seeing any signs of fraud? Is the market getting a bit too top? We've heard a lot of people come on our air and say they're seeing those signs of fraud. They're beginning to get concerned. Even the kind of the reemergence of meme stocks may be a sign that maybe the market's getting ahead of itself.
August and September could be volatile. Seasonally, those are the worst months ahead of us. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of push-pull.
in the marketplace, but I think I lean my hat on the economy. And the economy is humming at 2.5%. Last week we got really good data in terms of retail sales, consumer sentiment. Initial claims are now coming down again. That was something that I was getting kind of nervous about. Inflation is still a little bit sticky.
Oh, my 194 is gonna go long soon. It went long. Are you long, Gambit?
I think earnings
I'm by myself trading.
expectations are for 5%. I think you're going to see 10%.
I'd say go buy an eval and trade with me. What the hell?
GDP world. You could see mid-single digit
Ah,
revenue growth.
fuck, it's going down. I didn't get out.
Especially led by tech.
Okay, I'm out.
10 to 11% earnings growth.
Yeah, I took my $20. I'm gonna wait. The 3 minutes looks bad. It might go down, so don't go long, guys, on YouTube.
Could be normal, expected, but you want to use that to be buying, and you want to buy cyclical.
But yeah, I'm up now on my tick. That was deep red earlier. I need 500 to get my points.
Even with the slight pullback today, we also got to keep in mind today's pullback is from NXP, which really focuses on the auto
Google,
business,
say
not
something.
necessarily part of that AI trade. So I want to get your take. Are we
Google.
making too much of this? Is this just, the market's trading at highs and a natural pullback, or is it the sign of something
I haven't.
else? I think you want to
Bot that.
if you're a
You know that dude buy bots to get views and shit. He had one post with 69,000 views and like 3 hearts. You know that motherfucker is botting. Yeah, let me find it. This loser. Yeah, you can buy bots to get views and shit, but it doesn't do anything. Like, what's the point of getting views if nobody's just gonna use your shit, you know?
A serious investor and you're not a trader and you're focused more on the long-term health of the
And he had like bot followers too.
absolutely fine. I'm sure everyone on the desk would agree with
Oh,
that.
never mind. He deleted those posts.
And I wish somebody had told me this.
Yeah, but it's no point. You don't. Those bots not gonna do anything to help you.
Sideshows into
But anyway, he deleted that post when he was talking shit, and he bought views for it too, because it was that's 21,000 views. Let me see, it's in the J&U chat. I was talking to him. Let me see, let's see what that is.
today. It's $9 stock. Today it's 14. It opened at 19. Just outrageous, right? I mean, great for people that own it. Congratulations. No disrespect. 45% of that stock was held short. Okay. 87 million shares traded hands by 10 a.m. Not normal. Can only happen.
I should have kept my long.
Retail fever swamps of Reddit, and we've seen this before. There's another name just like this, Open Door, which was a former SPAC, now a meme stock. Heavy retail favorite. All the platforms say this thing is going crazy. It's up 200% open in the last week. Also, completely
I
abnormal.
can't find it
Absolute
anymore.
freak show. And again, what you don't want to do is look at that activity and then tell this story where it's indicative of a toppy market. Because if you do that, you'll miss the bigger story, which is earnings
That's a
growth.
nasty headset.
Earnings growth specifically in the technology space. Kohl's is $1 billion market cap. It could disappear tomorrow and it wouldn't matter. That's not the thing that you want to focus on. You want to focus on the leading stocks in the market, what I call the best stocks in the market, and then understand why they're going up. And to Stephanie's point, the backdrop is a growing economy, sure, decelerating somewhat. We sort of all knew that would happen. But in the end, you have economic growth, and you've got earnings growth in the biggest, most important companies. And that is the real show. And that should keep you on the right side, even if we get a 5% pullback, which once again, we welcome it with open arms.
All right, Kate, I want to come over to you.
Bye.
Is Josh right? Are these some of these moves we're talking about, these meme stocks like an Open Door and a Kohl's, are these just sideshows and the real story has been the secular bull market that still has the potential to continue? And of course, we have Alphabet earnings coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, much more focused on what's going to happen with the mega cap and big tech earnings. And I want to kind of highlight something that's been coming up in this conversation so far is that some of these names are extremely well owned right now. And watching the price reaction after they report is going to be critical as the gauge of sentiment. Because we saw this with bank stocks reporting, right? Some of the most widely held and well-loved of those names didn't respond as well in a price situation as you might expect from the results. So I
think that'll be a sign for fatigue or no fatigue in the market in the near term. And as Stephanie pointed out, August and September, sometimes into early October, is a more heightened volatility period. More generally,
Come on,
it's not going to
just
be a
dump
straight
something
line up, as
long
Josh was
again.
saying. So, from this environment, I'm watching positioning very closely and the market reaction to earnings, less so the meme stocks.
I think earnings season is silly season though, because good fundamentals, even if they are
I still need 260 to get out.
that's an opportunity to buy.
But it's a good day. My only thing I'm back holding is my take profit, this eval. But everything else is green. I almost blew like 12 funded earlier. Yeah, I was stuck long, but my sizing is not big, right? So I'm down like 1,000, but I was able to get out. Gambit has he had like 30 MNQ on his take profit, and he blew. I only had 4. Yeah. You keep averaging down. I can't average down anymore. Hold on, is he mad? Hold on, I think CFT is mad. Hold on, let me see what he's saying.
Maybe not a swing trader, but just for a short-term pop, or is it just time just to kind of get out of these names?
I think it's plausible. I mean, the market has had such a dramatic recovery. Take AMD, for
He hasn't posted anything.
It's up 100% from the low. So it's in April rather. So it's plausible that these stocks have a degree of exhaustion. What Kate is talking about, what I referenced in my opening remarks, that's an example of what we call good news, bad price action. What does good news, bad price action mean to you as an investor? It probably means that you just need to understand that your expectation is over the coming course of time that the equity that you own moves sideways to potentially lower.
Yeah, it's on the pack. You can still buy the old one on the website. You can click on it and it's a look at the older plans. You can still buy the old one.
Or potentially might be a time correction. So I don't think you could rule out anything after the dramatic recovery that we've had since the lows in early April. When we're talking about some areas of the market that are up 75, 80.
Yeah, that's a starter. I'm sure they can get rid of that.
Focus, as Stephanie said, on where you see the good fundamentals in the market. I am not suggesting that you want to go out and buy companies that have the extreme valuation and are long duration assets and are hoping to grow at some point into an extreme valuation. I don't think that's the area of the market that you're going to find the comfort in right now. And I think
I didn't hear you.
Opportunities, and we see that represented in the financial sector with a lot of mid and large cap. Where you could find companies
Bonox is intraday, but yeah, my funded future, the start is only one that has 2,500 DD.
Let's talk about the financial sector for 1 second. So in the J2 ETF, we have 30% weighting to financials, and it's really rooted in the belief that fundamentally you've had the combination of a revival in earnings growth, M&A, trading activity, there's strong engagement in trading activity, and then you have the regulatory relief. You add upon that the premise that now you have this technical momentum. So our top performing names, Interactive Brokers, best financial stock we own in the ETF. Charles Schwab, another name. New Holdings, digital banking company down in South America. JP Morgan, obviously performing remarkably well. Northern Trust, Bank of New York.
Bye, homie.
So the financial sector is giving you the growth opportunity. And to Kate's point, when you're thinking about positioning, positioning could be a little bit extreme. There could be a need to work off some of that positioning. But now Stephanie's going to like this. When you look at valuation,
yeah, but it's expensive though. It's real expensive. Yeah, I don't like that. You're paying a lot, and you also get DLL.
Of someone around 18.5, that's still cheap enough to get me excited and keep me anchored in the sector.
Yeah, by the way, just to your point, Bank of America with their client flows, big financial inflows amid bank earnings, a lot of other investors going into the banks. Speaking of, Stephanie Link, you have a move in the financial space.
It's a guy that we know, a junkie.
Beat earnings, they had good fee growth, provisions were under control, credit costs were low, efficiencies were in line and strong and good. They're buying back, they have a buyback program of $40 billion, of 15% on the market cap. and the stock fell 5% on the day. So I actually added to it. It's now my largest financial services holding, trades at 14 times earnings. 1.6 times book is not exactly cheap for them. However, with the asset cap lift, I think your ROTCE goes from 15% to 17%, and that's a very good thing for multiple expansion over time. So I used earnings season, silly season, to buy best in breed.
All right, you also own PNC, made some news today announcing a strategic partnership with Coinbase just while we're on it.
I don't own PNC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I own Truist, actually.
Joe T, you own PNC. I apologize. Looked down at my nose, looked at the wrong name. Joe T, coming to you. PNC teaming up with Coinbase to give clients some crypto access.
PNC, USB, we call these names super regionals. And candidly, I have a degree of disappointment. I've expressed this over the last several weeks in the way that regionals are trading. It's
Later.
really idiosyncratic. You have certain instances.
I'm gonna
like
get
a
off too.
Bank where
Later. I'll be back later.
Where Citizens is another example.
Yeah, Mugo. Get up, Mike.
Where regionals are not looking particularly well. Not particularly excited about what I've seen over the last year for PNC. I think it's up somewhere around 11%.
Yeah, the date is wrong on Twitter, but it's gonna be Monday. It's okay though. I can't change it anymore.
Perspective, obviously attractive, but it's also had relative underperformance, and you will get that mean reversion.
I'm gonna end the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Later, bud.